Jeez, I was just going to talk about Pixel Remaster for FF3.
No, you were going to
so.
talk about it to fill what you presumed was dead air, but we weren't live yet. And I was just about to hit the button.
Okay.
And now nobody's interested. Now nobody wants to hear it.
God.
When I
it's a slog. Pixel Final Dungeon.
In Pixel
Labyrinth
Remaster?
of the Ancients and Circus Tower.
No, it's not. It's breezy.
It is kind of breezy.
It saves every screen transition.
Yeah, it saves every screen.
No, it's
so
super
easy
breezy.
that I accidentally forgot to go and get the super jobs and still was fine.
The thing I like most.
I then went back and did it with the super jobs, but
the thing
I forgot which direction to turn. I did all the bosses with just my sage and whatnot. And I had a really ugly Cloud of Darkness that I eventually got the good RNG on, but I never got ninja or saves the first time I played PC. Pixel Remaster, because I forgot where you get them.
I'm mad at Pixel Remaster because I missed 2 pieces of Dragoon gear from Saronia just before.
Yep.
Yeah, because there's 2 pieces of gear that you get by talking to dudes.
Yeah.
And I missed those pieces of gear, so I don't have that achievement on Steam, and I'm pissed.
Oh yeah.
Just gonna.
I only remember.
I'm mad about it.
I only remember playing FF3 on the DS where the characters have names. I actually liked that version. I thought it was really good compared to the NES. But
every version of the game has merits and demerits.
Yes, that is true. Pixel Remaster is probably the closest to fine.
Yeah, like there's no job sickness. There's no CP limitation to swapping around your jobs.
Matter, but they matter for weird shit like kicks. It doesn't actually matter.
Speaking of somebody who's played every version of that game multiple times, I think that job sickness and CP and all, I think that stuff matters so little that it's not worth complaining about.
I've been sitting at 255 for fucking forever.
Yeah, it matters so little that...
The job sickness, I think, is more annoying than CP, but they're both pretty minor.
No, I basically spent the entire back half of the game with a Viking in my party, and he was just basically ignored. Every random encounter was easily ignored.
I really wish the Pixel Master brought back the incidental spellcasting on the non-spellcasting classes. I think at that point it would be my favorite version.
Yeah.
But because they didn't, I think I'm going to stick with Famicom.
You know what? You're right. I thought I remembered some of the other jobs having some minor spellcasting abilities.
Yeah, like Ranger and Dark Knight, and maybe 1 or 2 others actually get a little bit of spellcasting. Is actually, I think it's one part of what makes the game the game.
Yeah, Pixel Remastered, it saves every map, so there's never any stakes. You can just do whatever you want.
Yeah, that's fair. But also, at this point, if I play Final Fantasy III, I'm going to use some number of save states, because fuck Gate of Darkness.
Okay, well, you cheated the game and yourself.
No, I actually didn't have to use any save states. I used them and I backed them out, because...
if you win, it doesn't count, etc.
It only took 5 attempts going down Cave of Shadows. Then someone on Discord pointed out that I'd forgotten that you can buy Dark Knight gear in Falsabat or whatever. Kind of stuff you can get in the cave. 2 Dark Knights, that would have been a breeze. 1 Dark Knight, that was... Here's my problem. Here's my actual problem with the game. Is the original version. It is so fucking slow. It is like Final Fantasy IX for the NES. Because everyone has to walk forward, walk back for every input command. Mages don't have a defend, so you have to go into your item and waste a turn if you don't want to split an enemy and don't want to spend a spell slot. And if you ever decide you might want to think about running, the game decides that you shouldn't exist.
Pixel Remaster has spellcasting items that will cast thunder or whatever if you use it.
Those are in the original. It's just mages don't get a parry command. So when you're in that cave and you don't want to cast a spell, you have to go and waste a turn on an item, which takes 5 menu inputs, and the menu opens very slowly.
You can't just attack?
And since you can't run, because running will murder you, you just have to go through all these battles that would, in any other Final Fantasy game, I would either run from, or probably just defend on my mages and they would go quick. Put that game in the Final Fantasy V engine, and I think I would love it.
So the problem with your suggestion, Raz, is that you can't just attack in the particular dungeon because the enemies all there have this funny little thing where they will split and create a completely new monster that with a full health pool and everything.
Oh, I do remember this sort of. It's been
Unless
so long.
unless you're using a Dark Knight with a Dark Knight sword.
Or you
Or
one-shot them.
Yeah.
Or magic, yeah.
I remember Magic being much better in that part of the game, but it actually kind of sucks aside from summon. I think the DS version makes Magic much better because I remember that Black Mage basically being the win button, and it was not. But last time I played NES.
I don't remember if this is the case in the NES version, but in the Pixel Remaster, your job levels do increase your physical and magical attack.
Very little. Very
It's like-
little.
It's like +1. It's a big. The difference between like
Yeah,
a
it's
level.
huge in DS. It's tiny in NES and PR.
It's +1 magic attack per job level in the Pixel Remaster.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. PR goes. Okay. PR is bigger than.
It's easy
That's
mode.
probably
Yeah,
why
there-
the Black Mage murdered that cave for me.
Anybody who
There's
plays games on
definitely-
easy mode should be ashamed of themselves. You've only played one
How are those
quarter of
action
Sonic
games
the
treating you,
Hedgehog.
Brick?
Fuck you. My life is hard enough. I play all my games on easy mode.
How are those 3D action games treating you, Brick?
Which one?
Yeah.
Any of them.
I'm trying to.
Brick is in
I
I
hiding.
can't
How's your Dark
remember
Souls
the last
gameplay
one.
going there, Brick?
Last game I played that could be
Exactly.
described as a 3D action game.
I mean, I think that's actually just,
Final
I know
Fantasy
you have the
16.
time.
Yeah, even 16 was a couple years ago now,
3D games.
and I played it on with the slow mode accessory, and I still
Okay,
died a
I
lot.
see. All right. Okay.
I was,
all
I was
right,
gonna
yeah.
say, I mean, are you inviting players to comment on your Claire Expedition 33? Claire Expedition 33.
I
hard
can't
mode
wait
in
for
the future?
Brick. Raz, I think Brick needs to play Expedition 33.
I keep trying to find it. Nobody has it. I have to order it on Amazon, but I don't want to.
I guess your PC can't handle the PC version.
Why would I get the PC version?
What's on Steam? Yeah, you want a physical copy. I understand.
Yeah. And like, okay, so my thought process is like, I used to be able to just go to the store and buy a game. Like that's a thing you could, and then play it that day. Because if I sit down and order on Amazon, then I want to have it for 3 days. And I want it today. Oh, let's go try the store. And all the stores like, oh, we've never heard of that. We don't know what that is.
Yeah, I've given up on stores having anything. Like their inventory selection is trash.
I went to GameStop. When was the last time y'all were in a GameStop?
It's been a long time, but I don't even know if they have games in GameStop anymore.
No,
Just
this
They're
cryptocurrency?
just a
this
stop.
decade,
They're
They
just a
do
stop.
have games, but it's just very it's very anemic. They like selling their tchotchkes.
I have
It's a gamer lifestyle store now.
they don't
Yeah, the
even
last time I went to a
organize.
GameStop, I bought a T-shirt.
They don't even organize their new and used games in their own sections anymore. It's just like one game wall with all the games on it, new and used both. So I went there, and they had 2 copies of Astro Boy, and I'm like, oh, I was gonna play that. I was gonna pick that up at some point. So the new copy of Astro Boy was $59. I'm like, that
Okay.
seems reasonable for a new copy of the
I think
game.
that's about what it is. Like, it's about what it was with PSN. Maybe.
But they had a used copy of Astro Boy for $54.
Mhm.
And then I'm like, I have to walk out of this GameStop before I throw up on all the employees. This is garbage.
If you threw up on the copy of Astro Boy, maybe we're worth less.
You assholes should have gone out of business 5 years ago, and the only reason you didn't is because the internet thought it was funny. And they were right. And now you're still here.
Listen, I made like $14 on the GameStop stock.
I
Anyway,
know people that lost thousands of dollars.
and because of those people, now if I want a used copy of Astro Boy, who has a 100-word summary of all the trouble you got into last week?
We escaped the escape room.
You did.
Hooray!
There was terribleness involved.
Everybody nearly died from a banshee whale.
Yeah.
And Allie had her terrible, embarrassing moment that was witnessed by a lot of people, and none of them were gossips.
Yeah, I didn't realize we were playing Carrie. And Alister is entirely responsible for this, and it's
No,
Yeah,
it
Geppa
wasn't
had
Alistair's
some
fault.
hand in it. Yeah, the rest of us didn't even know.
Hugo
Poor
knows,
Allie.
and he's very disappointed.
Have any of us learned anything about playing pranks on clearly mentally unstable people?
Yeah, don't. But
Do it with a
Don't.
bigger audience next time.
yeah.
Don't.
No. And nothing was learned.
Goodness, like just so, but like intrusive thoughts are terrible. Don't listen to them.
Apparently, we also learned that apparently Allie worships the fucking God Emperor of Doom.
What?
The worm?
The worm. What did we learn about
Yeah, there's
the
something
worm?
going on.
The worm was
something going
also
on
a
with the
thing.
worm. Yeah.
Yeah, the
Don't know
God
what the
Emperor
word-
of Doom.
Don't know what the worm is, but that's kind of concerning.
Well, no, we learned a little bit that it's worm with a Y at the end.
Yeah, it's a big dragon.
Yeah.
Oh.
No, why not M?
Dragons are fake, and
Especially in D&D.
No, they're
Yeah,
right
well,
here. They're
I
right
don't-
here on the screen. See, there they are.
no,
I don't
those
know
are
why
fake
it's happened.
dragons.
Oh, I didn't know that.
They're fake.
Not gonna lie, when you were describing Genevieve running down the tunnel being chased, this is what I pictured chasing her. What was actually chasing her, it sounds a lot less terrifying than that.
I've only ever read the first Dune book, and from what I know of the rest of them, I should not read the rest of them.
You shouldn't. The second and the third one are significantly worse than they're like the third one just skirts readability.
I managed to force myself to read the second one, and then I started reading the third one, and I just couldn't.
All right.
I sat down, I was like, I'm going to read the entire Dune series, and yeah, did not happen.
Let's start here with a round of downtime actions. Before we get to downtime actions, it falls on the 5 of you to kind of write up a report about how your retreat with your mentees went. Last
Jen,
year,
do you want to write mine?
Last year, all of your mentors in the mentorship program, they all signed off to various degrees of tolerability and exemplary performance, et cetera, et cetera. Like I said, completely drama-free. We completely skipped over that event.
Yeah.
But now that falls to you all. You all need to file your reports for... And there's 3 questions that I want each of you to answer. And you can answer them either posting them in the chat or saying them in some way that... How am I going to organize these? What I need to do is make a new spreadsheet like this. And then like that.
And you want this to your Lappy account?
I mean, any way that I can just put it into this spread. You can say it out loud. I'm a fast typer, so I should be okay.
Okay.
You have a spreadsheet we could just type into?
I would never trust any of you with any of my spreadsheets. Are you kidding me? You guys, I give you this table every week, and when we leave it, there's dicks all over it. So...
I know that's demonstrably false because you've made
There's a dick appearing
spreadsheet that I
right
have.
now.
Well, you asked for this.
I didn't ask
Actually-
for this. I just observed that
actually-
it would happen.
Treble or Brickroad, it's not a dick, it's a butt.
Yeah,
Yeah.
clearly.
This guy doesn't even know his dicks from his butts. No.
Oh my
Yeah,
god.
no, I'll just type it into Discord for you.
I just want
Just trying
one
to-
week where people
just
are
trying to-
to... nice to me. That's all I want.
Just trying to.
This is the last time we're playing D&D before my birthday. All right. So
Aw, happy birthday.
Oh, happy birthday. A dick is not a butt.
Jesus. All right, I almost have this set up. So what I'm going to do is ask 3 questions, and I just need to get an answer from each of you that I can put in this spreadsheet. So I have it for my own edification. That's a good word. You guys ever use the word edification? Conversation?
All the fucking time. All the fucking time.
Good. It's a good word.
Yeah.
I like the
excellent.
word.
All right. So the first question we need to ask for each of you. So why don't we just super quick? We'll just go down the list so make sure everybody remembers who their mentee is, because you're supposed to be answering these questions on behalf of yourself as though you're assessing your mentee. Okay.
Yep.
So Hugo's mentee is
Elegance to my.
Geppa's is
Rafa the Rat Boy.
Genevieve's is
Annette Swade?
Léopold's is
Allie.
and Alister's is
Yvette the Ice Princess.
excellent. Okay. First question is, over the course of the retreat, was your mentee a team player?
Mm.
And you guys can discuss this if you want. I'm
together,
imagining. In fact, let me load up the other map here. Oh, and everything.
I'm telling you right now, Genevieve is writing mine, even if I tell her what to write.
That's fair.
Yep, Genevieve would happily do that for you.
You want these DM'd you or put in Discord? Or?
No, we can just discuss them openly in the call.
Okay.
It's fine. Everything on Immigrant changed how it's laid out, and it takes me 6 hours to do anything in it now. No, don't go to the main menu. Just go to the table. I get questions sometimes on YouTube or people who are watching, like, why don't you use why don't you use like Roll20 or something? It's so much easier. I'm like, why would I want to do something easy? So I'm kind of picturing you guys hanging out in your dorm, and you've got this packet or this form or whatever that you're writing this essay, and the five of you just kind of discussing what went on. So the first question is, was your mentee a team player?
So you want these in chat?
Yeah, you can just discuss them here in the call.
No.
All right.
Yes, Rafa, despite not being there, was an excellent contribution to the team. He made more contributions than anyone else who wasn't supposedly there.
So you're admitting that Rafa wasn't there for most of the retreat. You're putting that in.
No, he was there. And that's what
He was
again,
there,
you
but
know,
not. Yeah, not.
we didn't see him most of the time. But yeah, but that's what that is what I'll tell Jen to write. I don't know if she's gonna cover for him.
Genevieve's going to jazz that up because Rafa was more of a team player than her mentee was. So she's going to use she's not gonna say that Rafa was there all the time, but she's not gonna not say that.
Okay.
So an ambiguous positive answer for Rafa.
Good.
Lie of omission that makes him sound like he did an awesome job.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I will still agree. Rafa was a team player. He contributed to solving the puzzle.
So Alister is supposed to be assessing his own mentee.
Oh, okay, so we're not assessing. Oh, yeah, Yvette was a team player.
It's just a yes.
What, they want detailed examples?
I could be as detailed or as short as you want.
Yeah, Yvette helped Alister solve all the problems in the puzzle. She was a great team player. She assisted when people went unconscious due to the horrible treatment by the dungeon owner people that tried to poison us and cause hallucinations. Yeah, Yvette was great.
So we're including the detail of like, oh, they tried to poison us as part of the game, but you're not including the part where, oh, one of us turned into a banshee.
I mean,
are we leaving?
Too.
That might be Leo's report.
Leo would ask you all to not report that because he's I don't know, being judged by what you are like that is a sore spot for him.
Alister agrees. Allie has already had a terrible enough experience. She probably doesn't need the faculty knowing about it too.
Faculty probably knows.
I think the faculty who need to know.
So I need, was your mentor a team player from Hugo, Genevieve, and Leo?
I can go. Genevieve would write down. So if this was a slider of strongly disagree to neutral to strongly agree,
Mm-hmm.
Genevieve is just barely above neutral. And she writes yes with reservations and describes moments where tenants tended others as needed, without writing that they had all been succumbed to a banshee whale.
Okay.
But
also that he just vanished into a room to flog himself.
Yeah, his expertise in tending to others was a great boon, but he constantly complained about like enjoying it, like not wanting to be involved. He would go off on his own.
And he's too hard on himself.
Yeah. Well, I'm reluctant. This is where I'm becoming a teacher. Like, I would not write down like they went off on their own to pray, because like that's you're allowed to do that. Like, I don't have a problem with that.
He didn't go off on his own to pray. He went off on his own to beat himself with a scourge.
Yeah, he was flogging people while there were other people in the room.
That's not any of our business or Genevieve's, and Genevieve wouldn't have a problem with that, so I don't think she would write that down.
Okay.
I mean, it's your mentee, but like if we're discussing this in a thing, Leo would say that is very disturbing behavior.
Yeah, think about
and Genevieve would be like, I've heard of this, but like nobody does this anymore.
Yeah, but Genevieve, by doing it in the same room, he could have splattered blood, which could have been contaminated onto the people that were trying to heal. Like, that's not.
Oh no! Every battle, splattering blood. We've dealt with blood before, dude. And she looks at Alister with like an annoyed, like rolling of her eyes.
Yeah, but we don't get blood on sick people that are trying to heal.
Sure, well, that's not how someone's magic entirely works.
That's literally Geppa's power.
So I need, was your mentee a team player from Hugo and Léopold?
Oh, robot.
Yep. Elegance Sumai was a team player in that she had already attended this event, but rather than complete the objective and ended it in 5 minutes, she stepped back and allowed the rest of the team to work together on the puzzles.
Yeah. In fact, she was the most team player, by definition.
Okay. What about Allie?
Response.
Was Allie a team player?
Like, yes, asterisk.
Can we just write that?
Allie was... yes, Allie was very motivated for the team to advance, and was... to advance the group activity and like complete the events, and did actually like take suggestions, even though apparently I was like mean girl savanting her into like in some way. I don't know. I wasn't trying to like lead her around like that.
Genevieve's gonna cackle when you describe what you're just writing down for her, and she's gonna say, didn't she just basically ruin one of the rooms you were looking at and then yell at you the entire time? I heard it from the hallway.
She was motivating him, Jen.
Here's what you should do. You should write down, no, she didn't contribute at all, but you're not going to care or read this at all.
I mean, Leo's going to tell the truth. Like, the answer is yes.
You're literally not.
I mean, she...
Leo, go with your heart. She tried as best she could.
Like, she did, but...
To kill us, Genevieve snarls.
So all I have so far is Allie was very motivated for the team to advance.
Right, but she got... Like, if I can get the second half out here.
Yeah.
But she was very... she was overly critical of the other people's performance in the team and tried to wrest control and direct. Basically, she tried to be in charge.
Okay.
And was overly critical of everybody else's performance. So that's kind of what I was trying to go for. And that's basically it.
Second question you all need to answer. And again, you're assessing this on your own behalf, keeping in mind you've been working with this other person, is describe what you've learned from the mentorship program yourself. So something you've learned from your mentee over the course of your work together.
Alister has learned about the joy and rewarding feelings of helping other people grow.
What's your alignment again?
Chaotic good.
This would be the time when like Dahlia comes into the room and is like, "Oh, you're writing out those like mentorship assessments." Oh,
Yeah.
I just had to ask Alcihar to help me BS that because I had no idea what I was gonna. I didn't learn anything from my mentee. Like I can't even remember working with them.
Hugo looks very sad.
Hey, Hugo, how are you doing today?
Hugo just dips his head and looks very sad.
We all just like face palm.
And then she's like, "Oh, fuck, that's right, I forgot." And then she just leaves the room.
Yeah.
And then the tiger roars at her
as she walks out. Genevieve gets down on the floor and says, "You know what? I think I'm going to turn that up a little bit louder for her next time."
Say, who else would like to describe what they've learned from the mentorship program?
I can go.
Yeah.
So Genevieve writes down how during her first year she didn't know really how to express herself because of her terror at being introduced to new people and her shyness and everything like that. And she writes out a story about how she made up a lie about one of her roommates crying because she wanted to deflect the fact that she was so exhausted because she spent all night peeping out her keyhole at the people who were going to scare the shit out of her and didn't because they're normal people. And then says that Tempest helped her break out of that a little bit, and now she sees a lot of that in Thennance because he has very little like personality, and she wants to help develop that. Like Thennance obviously has a goal in mind, but like he's very narrow-sighted, and that's what she writes about.
Okay. Who wants to describe what they've learned from their mentee?
Mine just says 2 words. It says patience and temperance.
Patience and temperance. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Patience and restraint, essentially.
Do you want me to write restraint instead of temperance?
Yeah, restraint probably is. Because, yeah.
In that I've learned how to tie restraints because Allie needs to be physically bound.
With cold iron.
Right.
Apparently.
Hugo, what have you learned from Elegant Sumai?
I've learned to be patient with those under my command. Since I'm training to become a military officer, I need to approach situations with a level head, and Elegant Sumai is kind of the epitome of that.
Okay. And what has Geppa learned from Rafa the Rat Boy?
Where to hide.
Is Genevieve gonna spruce that up any? Because Jen
Only
is.
if Geppa wants her to.
No.
She could definitely she could decorate that as like Rafa knows the ins and outs of every room he sets foot in and knows how to make an exit, which is a useful skill when you don't want to be somewhere. I don't know. Just something along those lines.
No, it's where to hide. That's all she gets.
Final question is:
each one of these is like a single sentence.
Is there a particular school of magical study to which your mentee is most suited?
Repeat that.
Is there a particular school of magical study to which your mentee is most suited?
Question. Did Genevieve ever witness Thennance cast a spell?
He cast Cure Wounds in your presence, I believe.
Do you know what attribute was linked to it? Because it could be the wisdom attribute, but it really could also be the blood attribute.
No, you would have no way of knowing that.
Well, then she writes unable to assess. And she writes those 2 schools, like maybe it's blood, maybe it's... I don't remember what the wisdom one's called.
Well, by school, what they mean is like wizard school, evocation, abjuration, necromancy, illusion, and so on.
Oh, then she can answer that. Whatever cure wounds is, evocation, I think it is.
Should be necromancy.
Well, it used to be necromancy.
Should be necromancy.
Yeah, but it's not.
Okay.
That is a bone I have to pick with 5e. But...
Alister will just simply write down evocation, period. Absolutely evocation.
Okay. Three more.
I'm gonna write down shadow. Sure. No, that's not what they want, but that's what they get. I'm gonna say.
Sorry, what did you say?
Shadow magic.
Okay.
I'm thinking. Hold on.
I've got an answer for Elegance of My.
Sure.
Enchantment or illusion.
Okay.
Enchantment.
Okay. So you're all writing up this report. Genevieve, you're writing up Geppa's report. Get all that turned in. Everybody can go ahead and take the benefits of a long rest. If you have anything that needs filled up, we're going to do a round of downtime actions. As far as anybody can tell, nobody knows what transpired at the Triceratops Lodge except for the parties that were there. The only person that was there that might be inclined to blab would be Yvette, but she is very much not, because she's still feeling very guilty because it was her idea to play the prank to begin with.
What about people like Krista or the host?
There was no host. The host was a construct of the lodge and not a real person.
Look at that. Okay, but like Ellen and the Krista, the other maid, that like we didn't have to fill out comment cards or something on their behalf, did we?
They're not inclined to admit that they lost complete control of the game and almost killed a bunch of players.
Sweet.
No.
So we're basically blackmailing each other. Got it. Excellent.
Yeah, no, that's probably the correct state of affairs.
As long as that loose end is tied off.
Kind of the situation where two groups of people all saw the car swerve off the road and take out the mailbox, but now we just all gonna walk away from it.
Yeah. I'm happy to leave it there.
Okay. So yeah, go ahead and take the long rest if you need it. Let's get I don't have my downtime action cheat sheet on the screen. I'm gonna pull that up now. My Strixhaven doc. That's the wrong document. That's my 47 gigabytes of pornography doc. Need that one.
Definitely don't want to lose that one.
Yeah, you gotta
bring that to GDQ?
I've had it for 14 years. Serves me well. Since Hugo is being the big pain in my butt today, let's make him do downtime action first without any time to think about it.
Date with Elegance of My.
Oh, he already had a decision made, I guess.
Yeah. Got you, fam.
Okay, so you want to go up to level 2.
Yes.
Which is a port where you can think of a boon or a bane for Elegant Sumai.
I gave this some thought, actually, and I was thinking something like... she can serve as a study buddy for, like, intelligence-based skill checks.
Okay.
How's that sound?
Think of that. So advantage on intelligence-based skill checks. Done.
For advantage on intelligence-based skill checks for studying.
I was just going to put advantage on intelligence skill checks across the board. You never know when you might need her. But she could serve as a study buddy for those. Okay. Who wants to go next? Now that Hugo has taken, I think that was a record downtime action. That was 8 seconds.
I can go.
What does Alister want to do in downtime?
Alister is going to get his relationship with Rubina up to 3.
Oh. Okay. So I have to put together a Rubina stat block.
Yeah, we're going to torture her, bring her into the dungeons.
Oh man, you're gonna torture us. She's just gonna complain about like the color of the monster blood.
It's not likely we'll get to the dungeon meat of this adventure this session. Do you want Rubina for this upcoming dungeon?
I need to see her stat block first.
No. This is you'll have to make this decision without seeing her stat block. You don't know what she is or what she can do.
Our goal as players is to always make things more difficult, so I'm going to say yeah. Maybe
she's awesome. You don't know.
Can we just... this is where we find out that Rubina is actually Pantaloons.
It's Pantaloons wearing a Rubina suit.
Yeah. He got the...
Pantaloons was effective. He had cool stuff.
Maybe she's a fighter. She takes it very seriously.
Okay. All right, I will put together a level 5-ish stat block for Rubina and plan on bringing Rubina to the next dungeon. All right, who wants to go next?
I can go.
What is Geppa doing?
I want to party. I'm really close to the next popularity level.
Okay. So that is a DC 30 popularity check or whatever your current DC is.
Well, it's at 7, so I made it.
Okay.
My popularity goes up from 6 to 7.
Does it roll over into the next check?
No, we're going to start back at 30 for his next check if he wants to keep going with that.
Do you get +1 popularity? Is that it?
You either increase your popularity by 1 or you gain proficiency in popularity saving throws, which I think I've only called for one of those the campaign so far.
Yeah. For all we know, the last boss of the entire campaign is going to attack our popularity stat.
That'd be pretty funny. What kind of party did Geppa go to?
Geppa probably went to a party that was way above his class with Ellen and just embarrassed her the whole night. Way classier party than he's going to.
Ellen might have a soft requirement to make appearances at some upscale events because she is a member of not just a noble family, but one of the great houses of the Republic. So she might get invites to a lot of kind of upscale events. Now,
you're her required +1.
Did you?
Yep.
So this was a required. You didn't just crash this. This was like a required +1, and she had nobody else to ask.
Yep. Sorry, babe, you're just not that popular.
What did you do with the fondue?
Nobody else likes you.
All right. Who wants to go next?
Oh, I can.
What kind of downtime action would you like?
I want to learn a spell.
Okay.
So the spell that I'm going to learn is Shield.
Mm-hmm.
Surprising absolutely nobody.
I've learned the hard way that this is a spell you should not give to people that don't already have it on their class list.
Yep, and I'm about to make it your problem.
Second level slot is actually a much bigger price.
Well, yeah, so it uses level 2 spell slots, but by the end of the campaign, I'll have 7 uses of shield or whatever. So, is it a DC 20? What's the DC here?
It's a DC 30 ability check using your spellcasting ability score, whatever it is.
Okay, so just plus intelligence. Are the dice really heavy? What's going on here?
They are digital constructs, so they are as weightless as they've ever been.
Oh, they still land on corners and stuff. That's still okay. So 23 is my result.
Okay, you're looking for a 30.
No, that's not going to happen on the first try.
So 30 minus 23 is?
So current DC is now 7. Right?
Yeah. All right, who wants to go next?
Is it just me? I think it's just me.
Might just be you.
I think it's just you.
You
got a thought yet? Or
No thoughts, head empty.
All right.
I'm going to take Allie down to -2. I'm gonna basically I just picture like Leo going to check on her and then
the interaction going really badly,
and the interaction turning sour.
When you go to check on her, she denies everything in a very accusatory way. Like if you try to bring up like, hey, how are you feeling after the nope, didn't happen. Why are you making up stories?
Mm-hmm.
That's how that goes.
Yeah, basically like the conversation ends up with like, hey, that's not a healthy way to deal with it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, do you want to go somewhere private and talk about it?
No.
And then
she doesn't.
And then eventually just we end up screaming at each other.
Yep. Why would she need to go somewhere private to talk about something that didn't happen? Do you have a Bane in store for Allie?
I think that Allie's like kind of she would show like whenever something is I'm picturing her like showing up with her posse and then just like causing just being like a really negative like peanut gallery.
Okay.
You know, and maybe imposing disadvantage on whatever we're doing if there's a crowd. Does that make sense?
That does make sense, and that's exactly what I've written. Okay.
I thought you were going positive with her. Are you going negative?
Yeah.
Geppa and Hugo, you both make 8 gold working your jobs this week.
Okay.
Ellen does end up getting fired from Triceratops Lodge.
Oh darn.
Yeah, it's too bad.
Surprising absolutely nobody, right?
So
Don't worry, man. You were
I
qualified for that job anyway.
I did have one quick thing that I wanted to ask Elegant Sumai about as a part of our social interaction.
Yeah.
And that was she seemed perturbed when her guard insisted that I be magically compelled to protect her life, and Hugo will say, "Well, I mean, it was. Well, I would have done so regardless, but it was still my honor and pleasure to make that oath."
Her face betrays nothing, but she says, "If it is your honor and pleasure to turn your mind over to a controlling party, you are perhaps not the man that I thought."
Hugo looks incredibly hurt at that.
Other than that, the date goes swimmingly. What are we at with? We're at 2 with Sumai?
Yeah.
Okay. The 5 of you. Actually, let's go ahead and take care of any other downtime you want to do, like shopping or anything like that. Just make sure we get all the bookkeeping out of the way. If you've got ammo you need to restock, or
what is gold?
Well, 2 of you are making a little bit of gold at your jobs, and I think you have a small pile of like fake dungeon treasure left, don't you? Or is that all gone?
I think we spent all of that.
Yeah, dungeon coin is zeroed. Yeah.
Okay.
Let's see. No, everything looks to be solid.
Okay. There is an upcoming major event coming up in your small unit tactics class within a couple of weeks. It's not an exam, but it's kind of like a big midterm project where half of the class is going to develop an exercise, and the other half of the class is going to be tasked with solving it. So your group of 5 is either going to be spend a session like developing the exercise, like putting together positioning and like planning how to protect a VIP in a particular situation, or your 5 people are going to take a prepared exercise and then put together a plan to unravel it. So what side of the Metal Gear Solid does your group want to be on?
Design. Alister is resign.
I vote for solving. That sounds like way more fun. Also,
it's
seems like way
solving
less
it.
work. We just walk into class and do our thing.
Yeah, solving.
That's
Genevieve would-
3 for solve. Treble didn't have an opinion. Treble doesn't like Metal Gear.
I mean, it's fine. Solving's fine.
Okay.
You know who doesn't like Metal Gear? Not a buttface.
Well, he's dumb. And he's also not here. And I don't know who he is. You guys, the 5 of you, are in your dorm room one night, doing homework, playing on the piano, torturing Dahlia with the tiger, whatever you do. You know, in your kind of a relaxed evening. When a visitor arrives, Hugo, you recognize them as one of Sumai's retainers. Comes up first to announce her presence and request an audience with the 5 of you.
Oh, certainly. I think they're all here. Give me a moment, and I'll go calling off to the others. Invite her in, give her a seat on the couch, and
when you go to get Genevieve from her room and you tell her why we're doing this, she tries very hard to restrain her giddy excitement for Hugo.
Hugo is very, very kind of anxious himself as well.
On a scale of 1 to 10, because this is like a lazy Tuesday night when you guys are just chilling. You're done with your tasks for today. You've got a little bit of studying or whatever, just kind of unwinding. So on a scale of 1 to 10, how presentable is Hugo during those times? Is he like an unshaved in his pajamas kind of problem solver?
No, he's probably, well, I mean, the pajamas, that actually sounds kind of funny. So probably he's got it. He's wearing he's wearing some drawstring trousers and a Prismari t-shirt.
A t-shirt? I don't know that.
Yeah,
t-shirts might be anachronistic, but I understanding the vibe.
Yeah.
The proper form, as far as I can tell, for a pseudo medieval / kind of Renaissance-y era, the actual proper term would be a loose blouse for both genders. If you're just
something
kind
like
of
that.
Relaxing. Okay.
That was like a tunic or something, right?
Not for lounging around. Not your tunic would be your day wear. And then you'd have the super tight pantaloons underneath. Maybe the jaunty frill around your neck, if we're going Shakespearean era with it. 2 retainers enter the room. And they stand at either side of the door, and they stand there for the duration of the visit.
Even after Hugo invites them to have a seat?
They don't take orders or fulfill requests from Hugo whatsoever. That you are not
Okay.
their boss.
Well, I was just trying to make you feel comfortable.
Sumai enters looking as formal as she ever has. Not a hair out of place. And where are we directing her to sit?
Probably this chair.
Yeah.
How clean is this chair on a scale of 1 to 10?
Probably
Geppa. Geppa, please tidy.
Yeah, no, obviously.
Okay.
Most of the place is pretty clean. I cast prestidigitation a lot.
Yeah, he does.
It's kind of it's a constant ongoing war between me and Dahlia.
Probably.
As Sumai steps over the tiger, Genevieve goes, "Oh, sorry, just a second," and she temporarily suspends it.
Okay.
It will not trigger in her presence.
I feel like Dahlia is the kind of person who would eat soup on a white couch.
And spill it all over themselves.
And if they spill, they just go, "Oh shit!" But they don't actually get up to clean it. It's just they move a pillow over it.
They go, shit, and then spill.
She wipes it with her hands.
Yeah, she licks 2 fingers and gives it a little rub, and then that's good enough.
It'll go away.
Okay.
Hugo gives the vibe that he's trying.
Hugo's my drawstring pajamas are clean at least.
Yeah.
Sumai takes a seat And she thanks all of you for admitting her on such short notice. She wants to know, and she probably already knows the answer to this question from Hugo. This has been something they might have discussed before. She wants to know to what degree the lot of you are. What is the degree of your zealousness for the Etherine faith? Very heavy question.
Leo's response is he just kind of shrugs.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's yeah.
Mom made us attend mass once or twice when she was still alive.
Genevieve reluctantly raises her hand and tries not to cast a glance at Hugo as if she's gonna damage that, and says, I go every Sunday and take notes, but it's kind of more academic for me. I mean, my mother is a cleric of the Forge for Air, and I was raised under her tutelage. And she kind of keeps talking for like a minute on this topic.
Sure.
And then trails off as absolutely nobody else is interested.
Sumai gives every indication that she's interested. Sumai is listening with practiced attention.
Yeah. Well, then she supposes that, like, at some point she's talked far too long.
Okay.
But, like, she tells her history with, like, religion, and that, like, her mother is a practicing follower, and she is too, to some degree.
What about Geppa?
I don't really care. Jen brought me with her once. It seemed pretty boring, so I haven't gone since.
Have we got an answer from Leo yet? Leo and Alister?
Leo just he hasn't really thought about it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he acknowledges they exist, but I don't know. Like, he tends to get stared, like, in his experience, he gets stared at when he goes in, so doesn't generally attend.
A couple of decades ago, he would have been considered like something unclean.
Alister, being a young nobleman, there would be familial expectations in how he answers this question.
Yeah, there's his familial expectations and there's the reality.
Right. Which are you going to express tonight is the good question.
Alister will look at her straight in the face and say, one does not need to go to mass to worship air, for any place you pray is a church.
And do you pray?
When the need arises.
What would be an example of a time that Alister needs to pray?
He just
for every exam.
When the need arises. One does not want to burden air with too much prayer. He's a busy god.
What about when your friends are in danger, as they were with the creature during our retreat? Did you pray then?
Oh, that was nothing we couldn't handle. Help of the god should be reserved for only the most desperate situations.
Hugo had a thought?
I was just going to say, Hugo was going to say, this is aside that he usually gets a little more religious around exam times.
Fair enough. And that's probably when she would offer to help you study for them to justify this boon. Sumai is from a nation called Delu, which is across the ocean. And it's an Etherine nation. All of the nations of the world are Etherine to some degree. The Republic is the current home of the Holy Etherine Church, but not its progenitor. The church actually started way off to your south in the nation of Endeline, which is the nation that invaded and you fought against in the Unification War 60 years ago. So you can picture the Ferniscan Republic kind of like the church migrated to Fernisco at some point, and the Endeline finally invaded to try to bring it back to its roots, and they failed in that invasion. But the Etherine Church has touched the other nations of the world, even across the ocean. So Delu is, at least on its face, an Etherine nation. But Elegant Sumai tells you that there are older methods of worship, outlawed now throughout Delu, that may in fact speak more clearly to the type of creature that Allie has revealed herself to be. And she's come here tonight to ask you if any of you know what, in fact, she is.
Would Alister have any idea? He is proficient in history.
I'll tell you this. I'm not going to let you roll for it. If any of you have a guess and get it right...
I don't know how Genevieve would know that. So
I don't think Leo would know.
I don't think I could guess.
I would like to make.
Yeah, I don't think Hugo would know either, but I as a player can make a guess.
What's your guess?
I think we're all gonna guess the same thing as Banshee.
No, Banshee's an undead creature.
Guess that.
Allie is definitely not undead.
Hold on.
I don't have enough meta knowledge of the monster manual to take a guess at what she actually is.
Okay.
I think she's a tiefling of some flavor.
Hold on. I want to think about this. I don't have a book open in front of me. Just give me a second to shove through my memory.
Can I read out the notes that I have on Allie?
Yeah, please do.
Okay, so I remember she was in her lounge weeping about the worm. I remember that when she was naked, she had like the space where some sort of tail would be was like it had been chopped off.
Mm-hmm.
I believe
Her tail had been docked.
Yeah, like her tail had been docked. You're right.
I have my guess.
What's your guess?
Did that come through?
What is it?
No.
Erinyes.
Parodies?
Erinyes, the demonic,
Erinyes.
the diabolic succubus.
Oh, okay. That's a good guess.
Oh no! Every time I type ALI, it brings up alignment, so I'm never going to be able to find more information about that. God damn it!
Can't even search your own notes.
Why do words share letters?
Like I spelled it Allie, A-L-L-I-E.
It's not how it's spelled, but if you do it that way, you can at least search it in your copious notes.
True.
Okay. So Sumai doesn't have any idea what kind of creature she is. She's clearly a demi-human of some kind. And the fact that none of you know either is both a little disturbing and also somewhat comforting to her, because at least nobody knows. But it is disturbing that none of you know. She has avenues of research she would like to look into, but she would not do so without the permission of the assembled, because you all experienced this together.
So she's not a tiefling. Got you.
So that was your guess. How would Hugo make that known in universe?
Leo, you mean?
How would Leo make that known in universe? Leo and Hugo are the same person. Whatever.
Yeah. I'm punching Hugo. He's slashing Leo.
Yeah.
Alister would know based on his research for the play they're doing, where the captain was a tiefling.
What play are you guys doing?
We're doing the Romeo and Juliet of Benedict and Nazir.
Who's it? There were no tieflings in that story. Who did you think is a tiefling?
Tenacity was a tiefling.
Tenacity's a tiefling. You're right.
Yeah.
Wow, how did I completely blank on tenacity? Okay.
Yeah. I don't know, because tieflings don't have hooves, and they don't have to have horns. I think the only thing they have to have is a tail, and she doesn't have a tail. It's cut off. So it's cut off. So
in the story, that Alister and Rubina are researching and practicing and writing up for their illicit underground drama society. That's better than the official drama society because it has blackjack and hookers. So, Alister, I guess an interesting question to ask would be, are you in confidence revealing your drama society? Because Rubina has been keeping this on the DL. She has not revealed this to society at large yet. So is Alister...
He's not going to give... He won't give details, but he said, based on some of the research that we've been doing for our upcoming play. I wonder if she's a tiefling.
So there's a character in the play who is a magical creature that has a long tail and horns, and also eyes that lack irises.
So when you say that, since we're doing Bicklebell the musical, wasn't Lucius a tiefling?
Yes, Lucius was a tiefling.
So Genevieve would say, like, "Oh yeah, there's one of those in our play." I don't know who's playing Lucius's part, but
I'm going to make an executive decision and say that the version of Bicklebell House you guys are doing is all humans, because Bicklebell House would be a place in the Republic somewhere, whereas
that's fine.
Whereas this other this illicit, illegal drama club, they're doing something out of like mythology. And also, I just don't want to introduce a whole bunch of tieflings into the fictional in-universe library this early in the game.
No, that's fine.
It's okay, for the sake of argument.
For Alister, though.
It is starting to sound like it's possible that Allie might be a version of this creature.
Yeah.
And Sumai explains that in the historical outlawed faiths of Delu, before the Etherine Church came there, would speak of punishing and tormenting people who broke faith during life. When they entered their afterlife, they would go to a place of torment, and that place would reach into the world and ensnare mortals and then transform them into what the Etherine Church would call unseelie creatures. It is, in fact... So, there's one piece of the puzzle that Allie would not, or that Sumai would not know, which is what the hag told Allie while you all were giving her gifts.
Yeah, we don't.
She didn't want anything.
So, are any of the five of you willing to reveal that to Sumai, or are you keeping that under your hat?
No, Genevieve would immediately state that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Sumai knows that you guys went to this fairy realm, met with this hag, which she doesn't ask any questions about. Like, okay, this sounds reasonable to me. If these realms of torment exist, and if they did cast their tendrils into the mortal realm, it is possible that Allie's bloodline is corrupted with it. And she says this gives her enough information to continue an avenue of research, but she won't do it without your permission because there's no way of telling where research like this will go.
Genevieve says, I'd be happy to help. I'm good with the library.
Sumai assures you that she knows how to use a library and that she also has access to resources. She's very politely declining Genevieve's offer of help.
Genevieve kind of sadly looks at the ground and goes, that's probably true.
I bet Hugo could help you.
Geppa's question?
What exactly is the outcome you expect to have this research?
She tells you that when delving into ancient mysticism, it's best to not have an outcome in mind. It is the nature of ancient research to guide you towards any outcome that you presuppose.
Right, but like, where does that end up?
Yeah, she doesn't know.
Like,
it could end up in a number of places.
She's trying to be as objective as possible.
Sure. What are the possible objective outcomes?
Anything?
It's
like,
possible.
what are you hoping to achieve by doing this?
She tells you that she believes that Allie is a dangerous creature, and she believes that there are elements in the school admin that are keeping those dangerous secrets hidden for some reason.
I mean,
I'm probably a dangerous creature by that logic. So is Leo.
Yeah, like that. She's gonna have to do a little better than that to convince Leo.
She
Like, Leo's
concedes the
stance
point.
Yeah.
She says that she has observed. Well, she's observed Hugo most, and she's seen a lot of you work together now and again. She would say, in her opinion, that Leo and Geppa, and really all of you, and Rafa the Rat Boy, right, are dangerous within acceptable parameters for what Strixhaven is able to handle. Many students here are dangerous within acceptable parameters. It's a magic school. You guys play a game where you blow each other up with missiles. Her worry is that Allie is something else.
Yeah, to be fair to both you and Geppa Leo, but neither of you can scream and nearly drive someone to the brink of death.
I can breathe fire.
I think anyone's dangerous. It just depends on what kind of person they are. I don't think Allie's problem is what she is. I think it's what her personality is.
That's what she's saying, though.
And as we've observed, her personality can be best described right now as pretty volatile.
Alister, Sumai tells you that you think that because you grew up in the Etherine Church. The Etherine Church is a very positive belief structure. It's a very protective belief structure. It's a very everything is going to happen good to good people who do good things. It's based on rewards that you get throughout your life, and it's not a fire and brimstone kind of faith.
So what you're saying is you only believe this because of the church that you grew up with.
Well, she grew up as an Etherine, don't forget. She's only 14 or 15 years old. She's your guys' age. She's around there. She tells you that perhaps she's had access to religious texts and mythologies during her education in occultism that perhaps Alister did not, growing up in the Republic.
Oh, you sweet summer child. Have you never heard of the legendary exploits of the Veritas clan?
She's heard the name, of course, because Veritas is one of the grand houses of Fernisco.
You should go read the autobiographies and the tales of their trip outside of Fernisco.
None exist. There are none.
Yeah, I
Really?
thought that was off limits.
Nope. None of the players from that campaign publicly revealed what had happened to them.
Jeannie gave her journal.
Gave it to who?
She gave a copy of it to Ruby.
Mm-hmm.
And we kind of talked about how part of the reason why there's so many people around is because, well, with animal parts is because at least partially because of the research that Jeannie had taken notes on from the shadow, the different places she had been.
In part, possibly, but any material that you gave to Ruby, she would have suppressed.
Right.
Ruby had a husband, I forget his name, but they might know, but
yeah,
that was never publicly released.
Jeannie also talked to the university, didn't she? I can't imagine nothing slipped out during that time.
I mean, if Ruby asked her to keep it quiet, then Jeannie would have never talked about that.
Something that traumatic, yeah.
Ruby needed to keep it quiet for political reasons.
Right.
Yeah.
Hey, half of my family disappeared for most of the entire war effort and only reappeared when it was all over. Now I have to answer for that in the public space. The official story is that those people were working behind the scenes in other areas of the unification.
We got Darkwood.
Yeah, we got our own Darkwood on their side.
So that's actually true.
That's actually the real story. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But officially, Darkwood does not have an origin. Officially, Darkwood came up out of space and time. Nobody knows where he came from or where he went back to.
Sure. But those are two lies that come together to be true.
Now, Alister. What's Alister's family name?
Where's my good sheet? Artifix.
Artifix, yes. There it is. Let me think about this for 2 seconds. I just had an idea to ruin Alister's life, and I'm thinking about whether I want to go ahead with it or not.
You already know you do in your heart of hearts.
This is one of those moments where like he doesn't know what he's asking for. And if he did know what he was asking for, he wouldn't ask for it.
He's signing the contract, Brickroad. Fuck him up, fam.
Yeah, remember Masochist?
Okay, let's say this, Alice. You wouldn't have any material like this with you at Strixhaven, and you wouldn't have any actual personal knowledge of it. But if at some point in the past 60 years, someone in the Artifacts house got hold of this suppressed journal of Eugenia Veritas, I would say that you know it exists, and you know that it's not been made public. Neither by the Veritas people, nor your own house, who would have had to have stolen it at some point in the past. That's a plot thread that I would think would be interesting to pick at. But no amount of picking it is good for Alister.
Ellen appears behind Alister and stabs him in the back.
Hey, buddy.
Just
tell me about Jeannie's journal?
Yeah, listen, noble houses become noble for reasons. Mm-hmm. One of the ways you become noble is you acquire wealth. One of the ways you acquire wealth is through stolen artifacts.
Okay. So this immediately creates two complications for the Artifacts household. Because first, if you have this suppressed knowledge and you're not releasing it, that is directly in opposition to church doctrine. If that ever became public, people in your family would get into a lot of trouble very quickly. And second, you are in your dorm room at college, you are bunking with the world's biggest Eugenia Veritas fangirl. And you, up to this point, have never mentioned to her, hey, my family has a secret journal that nobody's ever read about what she was doing during the war.
The explanation for that is simple, because Alister knows how Jeannie would actually act, and he just gets infinite enjoyment out of watching Jeannie fuck it up.
So we'll say this: this plot, we could put a pin in this plot point. In fact, I'm going to use that actual pin emoji.
Hell yeah!
Little pin emoji, right? It would take Alister a few weeks to get this journal unearthed and delivered to school where he could put it to use.
That sounds like a terrible idea that maybe we should do.
Okay, we're going to do a terrible idea.
Does anybody at the table oppose this idea?
No, absolutely not. I love it.
I think it'd be interesting.
You do you.
I'm speaking as the player here, not
Genevieve.
Genevieve would just. What will probably happen though is that Genevieve will become unhinged.
All right, like terrible ideas, go forward.
Yeah, like this is going to
now
drive her to the extremes.
I didn't say this was a
and
terrible
not necessarily
idea.
In a positive way.
What I said is pulling at this thread goes nowhere good for Alister.
Worst case, I roll up an abjuration wizard.
So at this table now, are you going to reveal to these people now that, hey, my family has this secret journal about what Eugenia was doing during the war, and it kind of supports the really bad shit that Subai is talking about?
No, because Subai is in the room and Alister doesn't have much to trust her.
Okay, so Alister is going to kind of make this request to get his hands on this journal and not tell anybody about it yet.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's verify these claims first.
Got it. Meanwhile, Sumai has her own avenues of research that she would like to go through, but as she said, she doesn't know where it ends. She would make no presuppositions about it, but she thinks that Allie is incredibly, more dangerous than people realize. And not just because she's mean.
I mean, her disposition doesn't help matters any.
Her disposition may well be the result of the type of creature she is.
Well,
Leo has a very big frown on his face.
I like to
Genevieve
think
like that.
I don't like that either, but I like to assume the best of people.
And that's exactly it. Sumai is suggesting that Ali is perhaps not a people, not a human in the way that even Geppa and Leo are. She might be something else entirely.
Geppa does not buy any of this line of reasoning.
Genevieve will counter that by saying that, and she'll describe the scene in which her, Leo, and Allie were all talking to each other, and it was actually quite normal. Like, she interacted with Genevieve thoughtfully, rationally. Like, she almost wasn't Allie in that scene, it felt like.
In which scene?
So when we were back in the Grunkle village.
Oh, I love the Grunkles.
And we had like a town downtime action. Genevieve actually went to Allie to ask her something. I'm scrolling back through my notes here. Sorry, which session was this?
So you're kind of making the case that that was also an extreme situation and she didn't react in a destructive way.
She was actually very constructive. Yeah, Genevieve asked Allie about her relationship to Darkwood. Maybe any sort of connection would help them figure out where they are and how to get back. Léopold also tries to ask some questions. Nobody has made any claim to have seen Darkwood for the last 50 years or so. Allie tells Genevieve, if you must know, Rowan's a family friend. It's interesting that she refers to him by this first name. And then Leo asked Allie about her damage transference ability, but she was defiant. That's what I wrote down.
Okay.
Like, that conversation to me, I remember the tone of that conversation being like, Allie didn't feel like an antagonist. She was kind of a reluctant contributor, but she was still contributing in like a meaningful way. Like, it felt kind of like, I want to say like in Clueless, where like some of the characters are like, kind of like, ugh, but then they like say information that is relevant and helpful to like the main character.
So does that interaction with Allie enough to convince Genevieve that Sumai should not research this matter?
I would say that it would convince Genevieve to argue that if Sumai is trying to go in without a bias, this is a bias that she's outright stating. And that feels wrong to her from both a scientific perspective and also a human perspective. She doesn't like it.
Sumai very neutrally thanks you for your input.
No problem. And she goes back to taking her own notes.
Hugo deflates a little bit at that.
So the end of the meeting is, do you guys want Sumai to continue this research or not? And I will let... No, I'm not going to let you guys do anything. I just want to answer that question.
As a group or individually?
As a group. This would have come into at the end of the discussion.
Geppa's against it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Geppa sees this only ending in a way to go after Allie for being different.
Leo feels the same.
Okay.
Part of that might just be that, like, Leo and Geppa being kind of,
different, yeah.
I mean, Alister thinks yes because he wants her no, but he also thinks no because she seems too biased to do it objectively.
I don't know if as a group we vote, but if we are voting, that's where my vote stands.
Yeah.
Also, apparently we have a leader.
So I have 2 no's so far.
Well, we can give our input to the leader, and then Hugo can make his decision.
Alister abstains.
Genevieve would say she doesn't think anything good can come of this for the reasons that she stated.
Mm-hmm.
And then realizes that like she's leaning on the couch behind Geppa, and the thought occurs to her that like, yeah, that matters to her too. Like, Geppa's not a human. Like, don't treat people like that. But she didn't realize that till now.
I'm afraid that our decision must be to recommend against this research.
She's thankful that she came to visit and get your input before proceeding. However, she does not give a committal answer one way or the other of whether the research will stop.
Of course.
That's not our purvey. Like, that's totally up to her. We gave our input. We did our part.
Why are
if you discover...
Go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, if you discover some imminent threat to the school, then by all means, bring it to us. We can...
Hugo, give me an insight check as this question forms your mind.
Is he yowling? I thought I heard it. Presnick, stop it.
I always mute my microphone before I yell at my dogs. But I inevitably do have to yell at my dogs at some point.
I'm sorry, I didn't. I heard my roommate behind me, and I just took off my head.
How did insight check go for you, Hugo?
That's 19.
19. The way that this discussion went and the way that it's being left, if Sumai continues her research, you won't hear about it. Either she's going to decide to consider the matter done and not look into it based on your advice, or she's going to leave your group out of the loop because you're not comfortable with it. One of those two things is going to happen.
Yeah, Hugo's still going to say, if you do discover something that is of imminent threat to the school or any of the students, please don't conceal it.
To which she responds, we already are concealing it. And then she turns with her retainers to leave.
Sumai, don't forget, the tenets of the Aetherian Church say that hoarding knowledge is bad.
Hoarding magical secrets is bad.
I would say a non-human race is pretty magical.
Well, then you should report
then
it.
Then we're guilty.
Then we're all guilty AF, my guy.
So the way I'm reading this, the way Sumai's leaving is Hugo said, hey, if you find anything really dangerous, it's going to put students in danger. Make sure you tell somebody. And her response was, we already aren't. Because nobody has told anybody yet.
She's right. Like, we've basically cleaned our hands of the situation. Mm-hmm. We gave her our input. Don't do this, and that's it.
And you guys have filed a report earlier in the week, and nobody mentioned Allie hurting anybody.
Yes.
Did she hurt anybody? Did she really hurt them, though?
So, if anything, we're very consistent.
They were on death's door. That I count that as hurting somebody.
We might also just be like giving the final boss a pass.
I don't know. Like Leo's stance on the whole situation that led to that is that like she had a bad reaction to the thing that happened, and nobody died.
Yeah, Genevieve's on Leo's side with this. Because if you did that prank to her, you'd all get laser-eyed in the face.
Yeah.
Why are the 5 of you, a day or two later, all together in the Fire Jolt Cafe?
It's coffee day. That's every day for Genevieve.
Every day is coffee day.
Every day is coffee.
Yeah, every day is coffee day.
That's why we would be together.
We don't need a reason. It's just, it's 4 p.m. or it's 7 a.m. I don't know.
Geppa invited us to lunch.
Leo doesn't drink coffee. He has a glass of milk.
We got a message from Geppa saying he was having a really hard day and he needed his friends to come cheer him up, so we went to cheer him up.
Without even looking at Alister, Genevieve just puts her hand out and takes like whatever flask of whiskey they've been using to spike their coffee.
Hugo's got his Fire Jolt apron on because he's actually working right now.
He's working at the cafe.
Is this the cafeteria?
This is the Fire Jolt Cafe. It has a map.
Oh, this is super cool.
Haven't needed it before now. So, you can see where they've got multiple exits along the south, and so along the south you've got these wide study tables, And then it's like a typical kind of restaurant, bar, seating area beneath that. The center, where Hugo is now, is the barista station. Up in the corner up here is actually a small newsstand. And I like to think that in the newsstand room, where you go and buy books and things, there's like a smaller counter, which is a smaller barista station in the newsstand. And then they have magazines that they sell on the counter. So there's like a bookstore in the coffee shop, in the bookstore, in the coffee shop.
Mm-hmm.
That's a Clerks joke.
Yeah, it is.
That's a Clerks cartoon joke.
Yes, it
Brickroad.
is.
Thank you. Thank you.
Bringing it back. You said you wanted to be 2002. I'm like, I'm going to make it 2002. My man's birthday's coming up. Going to give him something nice. Going to bring back some Clerks.
Where is driving? How is that possible?
How can this be?
that was like one of our mantras for years. Anytime something confusing happened in like especially in a tabletop game, like something could like didn't understand. Bear is driving. How is that possible?
Yep, that was at work. Anytime anything went wrong with any system, one of the other guys.
I'm glad that's a cultural touchstone that we all had. So in the back, you've got the actual like a very large like comfortable lounge area. So this would be like the set of Friends, is how I think of this back here.
Yeah, that checks out.
That means that you're Rachel.
And then you've got quieter rooms behind these dividing curtains over here. So you guys are taking up one of these at the moment?
Sure, yeah. We'll claim this corner.
Alister, you have to answer this. You have to answer this next question. It has to be Alister that answers this, because he's the only one who could possibly know. Hugo's working, and I imagine Hugo's in and out of the room all day, right? Why is Rubina... Why have you asked Rubina to come here? Or what reason would she have to barge in would be an alternate way to look at it if you prefer.
We are going to do some research for possible upcoming plays.
And you want her to do this with the other drama club that you were both kicked out of?
Yes, because our future plays will involve, conflict and tension, and Alister and Rubina got to talking. They decided that one of the best ways to possibly investigate some conflict was for her to spend a little bit more time with his group of friends from the alternative club, given all the interesting situations they get into.
Now,
and also Alister thought she could just use a short break from all the hard work she's been putting in and get some coffee.
Okay. I feel like I do have to ask, because I think we would agree that Alister has a kind of Machiavellian streak to him. Does Rubina know that the rest of the gang is here? Or does she think she's just meeting you here?
Oh, no, she knows.
Okay.
Alister doesn't want to get into a fight with her.
What's interesting is that on the relationship chart, we've got Rubina at a 3, and yet like a positive 3, but I feel like there's still a lot of fighting in that relationship.
Listen, Brickroad.
Yeah.
How often do I sass you?
Constantly.
There you go.
And
there you go.
You guys are definitely at a 3.
There you go.
And for no reason. Like, I didn't even do anything.
No, there's a reason. The reason.
Dude, the reason is your friendship.
The reason is it's funny.
I feel
Did
like
you hear that? He just admitted on air that he doesn't value you at all, McDohl.
It's true. I don't.
Man.
You all are gutter slime to me.
What?
You're lower than
my
the...
daddy.
Rubina's not in a good mood when she comes in. She's got a stack full of school books, and Alister, you are aware that she is under the impression that your other dorm mates don't take their academic studies very seriously, and she also believes they're a terrible influence on you. That's
They are, but that's beside the point.
And that's the
Genevieve
problem.
looks at her with just blank eyes, like, excuse me?
It would be bad
Bitch.
enough if Alister, like, was under the influence of this other, but that he knows they're bad influences and doesn't care. Like, that's even worse.
Well, that's why he likes Rubina so much and spends so much time with her. She's a balance.
So she arrives, and she kind of takes her seat, and she takes up a second seat with her big stack of books that she puts there. What I love about this map is I believe these are 5-foot squares, but look at these tiny little chairs.
They're small. They're itty-bitty.
Chairs aren't 5 feet wide.
Yeah, how big are your chairs in your house?
I mean, I'm gonna see you in a week. It will make the measurements.
I feel like when you get a table with chairs, I feel like a chair that you sit in, you control's about a 5-foot square.
Yeah, if you spread your arms like wide in both directions.
I've got a 10-foot wide table in my dining room. We put 2 chairs on either side of it.
Mm-hmm.
You could squeeze like 3-4 chairs, but it'd be uncomfortable because they'd be banging their legs together. And so here you guys are.
You don't sit at a table to be comfortable.
Sitting around this table, banging your legs together as you do. Rubina's taking
walks in with a
picture.
tray minus Rubina's drink because he didn't realize that she was going to be here, and he said, "Oh, Rubina, what can I get you?"
And she orders the. I don't know, what kind of drink would Rubina order? Something surprisingly basic.
Oh, I imagine
she would get like a white chocolate latte.
She's like black coffee. She strikes me as a black coffee kind of person.
She orders 14 espressos.
And goes back for Rubina's order.
Okay, and the place is hopping today. I mean, it's the middle of the afternoon. You've got the students' tables. It's kind of why you have these 3. They're described in the book as being quiet rooms. It's hard to think. Like, it's hard to think in terms of like how they could be quieter than the rest of the place, but
they have a big curtain, right?
Yeah,
they have soundproof walls and a big curtain.
Yeah, a big heavy curtain will block a lot of sound.
And remember how many times we've had in these campaigns the bead curtain that makes things quieter?
I think I've used that once.
That's true.
That's not what this is. This is a standard curtain.
Yeah, heavy curtain will cut out a lot of noise.
Yeah.
It also says these areas have more functional chairs.
Wait, what? What does that mean?
It means the chairs throughout the rest of the cafe are less functional, I guess.
They are. You can't even sit on these chairs. They're purely decorative.
Maybe they're, like you ever go into a restaurant and the chairs are bolted to the floor, and they're like, but they're not like bar stools. You know what I mean? Like they're like you go into McDonald's, like, and then like the back chairs they turn left and right and swivel because they're bolted to the table.
Those are awful.
Maybe that's what they're talking about, like down in here. And like all these are just like standard, like bolted to the floor bar stools, because apparently maybe the Quandrix kids run off with the chairs. Otherwise, I don't know.
Oh, by the way, Hugo, this is the break room.
Break room? Oh, back there. Okay, I thought that was like a prep room or something.
It says it's the break room.
Oh, that's a poopy break room.
I mean, it's
a 5 by 25 foot space.
Yeah,
that looks pretty good.
That's
a big break room. That's larger than the space that I live in.
Hugo, make me a perception check, please.
Say Hugo?
Yes, because you're the only one out in the cafe. I don't know why I wasn't, like, it makes sense now that everybody would want to pile back into one of these quiet rooms, but I wasn't expecting that when I designed the encounter. So.
That is an 18.
18. A large group in the cafe. You don't notice them enter, but you notice them sitting with each other amongst the crowded space. You can imagine all these tables being filled up. There's like standing room at the bar. But a group wearing etherine robes. These are acolytes of some nature, but one of them leans his staff against the table, and you see the crystalline protrusion at the tip of the staff, denoting him as an Aethar of some higher classification. Give me a religion
what can I get for you,
check. He didn't come up to the bar, so you're up at the bar. You kind of see them out over the crowd sitting at one of these tables back here. But give me a religion check if you're so inclined.
Sure. 20.
20, okay.
Yeah.
The lining
Fucking Aethar, who knew?
On the robes denotes the coloration of a reformist Aethar.
You mean the kind of sect that our buddy is?
The opposite, actually. Like Kenneth's, when you discovered what he was up to, was a very
That's right. He's Orthodox.
Correct.
He's Orthodox. That's right.
Orthodox is exactly the word I was looking for. Thank you. And then a few minutes later, because I mean you're dealing with 10 things at a time behind the counter and trying to duck back into the room with your friends as often as you can. And a few minutes later, when you look up, the party of, I don't know, 5 or 6 acolytes or whatever were sitting there, and now the Aethar is sitting there alone. So over the course of 10 or 20 minutes or so, you realize you've lost track of the other acolytes that were with him.
Mm.
What are you guys arguing about in the back room here?
We are arguing about
card games. Children's
we're
card games.
arguing about the next Mage Sports Ball Championship.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, it's totally going to be Prismari.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, we're going to take it.
You guys have been training
That
your
wouldn't be much
asses
of an
off.
argument, would it?
Yeah.
We're arguing about who we're going to play against. Who's actually going to get the we're going to run into in the semifinals.
Geppa, just make sure you take the invisibility spell. You saw what Todd did to you guys.
Oh, we're not worried about Todd.
Rubina's like, oh yeah, Todd, I love that guy. Todd's great. No, Rubina thinks that Mage Tower is a waste of time and resents Alister for spending as much time as he does on their cheer squad.
Genevieve's going to message Leo very clearly in view of Rubina and go, what does he see in her?
I'm gonna reply back to Jen. You do know that you like.
We see your lips moving.
We can see your lips moving when you do that.
She turns to Alister and goes, that's the point! And scowls. And then she says, I'm gonna go check on Hugo.
Jen, I'm sorry you're blind.
Jen.
Yep.
You step out of the curtain. And you're heading up towards the bar. You kind of shoulder your way up. Before you're able to, and you call Hugo over, and before you're able to,
Okay, she's in the queue.
even start, like, hey Hugo, you remember how terrible Rubina was, right? Just
That's
stepping up to the
exactly
bar,
what she was going to go talk to.
you hear a person scream behind you, off in the direction of this doorway.
She'll immediately turn.
No, we're going
There's
to immediately roll initiative.
There's
okay.
completely walls blocking off that direction.
let me put myself in a square.
It's really kind of a bad layout for a bar for a bar setup. If you can't see the entrance,
Yeah,
all
I guess
of the entrances from the.
that's a good.
Yeah, that's not super ideal to have those walls there.
My thinking was that maybe these like side entrances here weren't used by like the populace. Like maybe these are just service entrances that aren't open during service during.
In fact, I don't know why this wall exists other than to like.
It is a pretty terrible wall. Nonetheless, go ahead and roll some initiative. I need to put 4 on the table here.
Maybe it's like a waist high railing.
I don't know what Rubina's initiative modifier is.
We're going to just put Rubina at 1, and she's not going to participate in what happens next.
Oh.
She doesn't have a stat block.
She doesn't have a stat block yet. But this is the feeder encounter that's going to lead into the thing that will go to the next dungeon. So we needed Rubina here for this, and I will make sure that she has a stat block next time we speak. What else did I? Okay, I needed one more. I need a purple, and that looks like our initiative chart. Remember, this is a crowded venue. You can think of there being a person in each of these chairs and each of these stools and probably the line at the bar. Hugo, you probably have 2 or 3 other employees there with you, including...
What you're saying is if I cast sleep, like a dozen NPCs are going to fall asleep?
Most likely, yes. Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Not anything that you want.
Not for nothing, but I like to think this is like over here in like the library, the bookstore area. Like this is a really like fancy pavilion table that's set up. right? Like with beautiful granite pieces or something. All right, why don't we take our break here? Go ahead and get your coffee, get your bagel. When we come back, we will find out what the heck people are screaming about.
Can I ask you a quick question before break?
Yeah.
Do you mind if I retroactively switch that to proficiency and initiative, because my modifier didn't actually increase and I realized it's for me?
Wait, say that again?
Do you mind if I retroactively switch from increasing popularities to getting the save?
Yeah, you can. It hasn't come up yet. I'm okay with that.
Well, thank you.
All right.
Yeah, that didn't. -7 is also -2.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead and get your coffee, get your bagel. Let's reconvene in about 15 minutes.
Yep.
Yo.
Oh, wait, how do I mute on this? Fuck. That's a button.
Is it a button? I don't know if it's a button.
Oh, banana.
Hi.
Today's snack is plain Italian bread with nothing.
I have a banana.
Looked in the snack basket. All that was there was 2 hoagie rolls.
Cheese and crackers.
Here's something to make Destil die inside. Just posted it in general chat. At least there's sleeves on the cards. Graham crackers.
Not for nothing, but I got animal graham crackers in there somewhere. And applesauce. And that's the end of that statement. I kind of want to go get some.
I don't know if this counts as a spicy D&D take, but I just saw a post. I wonder how many 4E haters actually played the game. Gotta assume not that many. I did, and I hated it. By the way, this isn't an invitation to hate on 4E, they wrote. So I'm not allowed to reply to this.
Well, you could just be a party crasher.
Nah, it's all right. I love internet drama, but I don't engage with it. Like, I don't touch it, right? I just look at it, and I watch it fester and bubble and mold, and I don't poke at it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not a poker. I'm an observer. But it's always interesting to see people who are like inside of a social media bubble that are unable to see perspectives outside of their bubble, right? I saw a post a few weeks ago that was like, I can't imagine who would want to play the same game for years. Like, you have to be the most boring person imaginable. I'm like, yeah, I guess I am the most boring person imaginable. That's the only.
It's not the same game, though.
It's the only reason that person could conceive of that someone would want to play the same rules. They were talking about a game system, like a game rule set. For more than like their argument. If you look through their account, which I did, was like every couple of weeks they're trying a new game at their table.
That sounds exhausting.
I have done that in my 20s. That's how we did a lot of. I had a friend of mine who is actually still in our Saturday group, and every couple of weeks he had a new game that he picked up that we would try. So we were just constantly in this routine of rolling up new characters for a system none of us understood.
Yep.
And we go back and we kept going back to our mainstays, which at the time was like White Wolf and second edition D&D. But I've lived that, and I think it would be exhausting now at 40, but when I was 20, like, it was okay.
Yeah, no, I mean, I was gonna append to that that sounds exhausting. Me, a 40-year-old.
Yeah, but
yeah, no kidding.
Yeah, I want to sit on my porch, wag my cane at people on my lawn, and play 5e.
But
like that's
what
I want to do.
I remember what it was like now to be 20 years old and having the thought in my head of like, oh, I'm finally an adult now, but I still can't conceive of worldviews outside of my own. And that's where that person is.
Yeah.
I'm still not an adult.
I refuse
Treble,
to admit that I'm an adult.
Treble, you have bought a plane ticket and have rented a car. You are officially an adult.
Is those the last two on my bingo card?
Yeah, that was it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get my adult license in the mail in 6 to 8 weeks.
No.
Yeah.
McDohl, he's not an adult until he does that for a company trip.
So here's a here's a D&D hot take that I agree with that everybody's going to yell at me for.
Yeah.
Cut the core classes to fighter, cleric, wizard, and rogue, and all other core classes are something you reproduce through multiclassing and feats. Hell yes, I'm down.
I wouldn't do
okay
feats,
with that.
but yes. I would ditch feats if your character build system is that complex. But yes. 4E should have ditched feats. Feats were terrible in that edition.
Isn't that just GURPS?
Yes, this is a GURPS thread. It's exactly what they're
Oh, okay.
It's the joke.
Well, he didn't say it was a GURPS thread. I was just like, that's just GURPS.
Yeah,
It is.
It is. And the 2 times I have played GURPS in my life, I have hated it both times. So maybe
Pretty awkward, actually, to play. It's a fun character building mental exercise, but it is honestly pretty awkward to play unless you've played it a lot.
So here's the thing: is like people trying new games every week. It is infuriating to sit there and stop the game and go, like, because nobody knows what they're doing. You don't have time to learn the system, and now you're off on the other one. Like, you can't, like, if you're doing a new game series, like a new game, a new whatever, every month, you're also not like learning the game enough to give it a more than like a basic a pass fail.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's not even.
I think every month would be fine. I mean, you can do one every week, maybe, but Like, if you do 4 sessions in a game system, I think at that point I will respect your opinion about the said system.
Right, but I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I feel like I don't understand. Like, we spent 4 sessions playing Household, and I don't understand that game. Like, I still feel like, and it could just be that we understood it perfectly, but I walked away feeling I didn't understand how to play that game, and also I just, every time we did something, it felt like we were doing it wrong.
Household had the combination of being a clever dice system and overly simplistic rules, as opposed, like, D&D has complicated rules, right? And the rules in D&D are not very clever. It's always just roll the d20 and add the thing. But that's not where the complexity and, in my opinion, the fun of the game is found. Household is much more about the dice are doing clever things, and you have to interpret the dice. There's a game I played 2005 or so. I think it was about, like, superheroes in World War II. And the dice, it was a D6 pool system. So your roll was like 6 to 9 D6s. And the way you interpreted it is you had to look for the height and the weight, or the height and the width of your pool. The height of your pool was whatever the highest number was, and the width was whatever the most commonly occurring number is. And then the height determined the degree to which you succeeded on the roll, while the width determined how quickly it happened in relation to other things that are happening on the table.
I'm exhausted just listening to that explanation. I can't imagine playing that.
Super clever, but you can think of how a game designer came up with it, right? Like, hey, can we get, like, initiative and to hit and damage all in the same roll? Well,
probably good if a computer was doing it.
Yeah. I feel very Jurassic.
Like a Final Fantasy X or Final Fantasy Tactics turn gauge on the side of the screen. That'd actually be kind of cool.
But I
feel very Jurassic Park, like they never thought about whether they should, hearing that. Like,
this was at the height of
you can,
third edition. Was ruled the roost in those days. And then we had 10 or 15 years of games simplifying and becoming easier. That's kind of the ecosystem that 5th edition came out in. But now we're going the other way again, and people want more clever, kind of cutesy dice systems, and it's very interesting for me to watch because I'm old enough now to have seen it all before. So I don't have any angst over any of it. Like, I don't feel like I'm losing out. I just feel like I'm an observer watching the ecosystem ebb and flow, and I enjoy it. I enjoy being 40 is what I'm saying.
The thing that always caught me is, like, 3.5 are, like, very, like, the dice systems can get complicated, but in practice, like, they had optional rules and house rules that basically everybody played with, or it's like, because, you know, in 3, you're like, when you roll a 20, it's not a crit. You roll a 20 and then you have to confirm the crit. You have to roll another 20 and then it's a crit. And everybody was like, no, that's dumb. Just if you roll a 20, it's a crit. So
it's not how we played 3. We played it by the book. We played with crit confirming, and
it's not fun.
I didn't like it. We everybody back?
So, like,
not waiting on anybody?
I mean,
I think we're all back.
Okay.
I don't want to say
I'm here.
Yeah. The value of that system was there was a lot of weapons that could crit way lower than a 20, and that was like an important part of picking your weapon. Whether or not you think that's interesting is up to the player.
I like just having criticals on 20s, and then sometimes you're playing with a class feature that lets you crit on a 19. I think that's as complicated as I want it to be.
The thing, and I'll say this will be the last thing, and I'll whatever, but, like, in practice, every house rule and optional rule that I ever sat down at a table and played with was like, okay, they cut out, like, this is cumbersome to do and keep up with, so we just didn't do that thing. Like that's every
20 different times that you have to choose when you react to things.
So
5e. Use this ability only before damages. After you've been hit, before damages be rolled.
Yeah, that's why at my table I choose to have simplified all of that. Like, anytime.
Yeah, I can't believe that's still in the books after they revised it. Like, that was so obvious.
Is that still in the 6th edition books? They still have. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that's definitely a point of failure for me with 5th edition. But it was.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like like some people roll the damage together, some people don't. Like it's just so interrupting to the flow of the game.
Yeah, and it's hard
Try
to
do that right. This isn't fucking Magic.
Hard to keep track of. Like, is this one of those times where you have to decide before that we see the roll, or can you roll first and then decide? We have better look it up before. No, just. And you know what? It just never matters. It's never an interest. It's never an interesting decision.
No, it matters. And it's a really good way to make players waste resources for nothing. If you actually play those by the rules.
Well, I like what I mean is it never matters if you let players see the roll and then decide. Like that never ruins anything. I've never had a situation.
Yeah, exactly. You're saying the opposite of what I'm saying.
Yeah, I've never had a situation where like I've had a player make a decision like that after seeing the roll, and then I was like, oh, they should have made that decision before they saw the roll, which is what the book says to do in some cases. Anyway, there's been a scream. And so the room just erupts into just kind of nobody knows what's going on. Okay, you can kind of imagine like the first 10 seconds of an active shooter situation happening now in the Fire Jolt Cafe. So nobody knows what's going on. On your turn, you can make an active perception check to try to get a handle on what's going on your turn. So I've got to open up my scratch pad here, which is now open. And I've got my initiative counter. So who is our initiative tracker for today?
Oh. We rolled that.
Did I do that last week? I'm
No,
not sure.
I got a 20, so it's not me.
It's me. I rolled 1.
I rolled a 4, so it is you.
It is me.
I'd rather have that 20 on my initiative, but...
Yeah, right? First is White Pawn.
Okay. Elements of the crowd start to try to move towards the front exits. And more than that, you do not know. That was white.
Next is Green Pawn.
And you don't know what green is doing because nobody has taken a hard look at anything yet.
Okay, then next is Genevieve.
Okay.
And Genevieve will... she's going to use her item interaction to take the 2 or 3 glasses she's holding that she's bringing up to the counter to put them on the counter.
Okay.
And then she'll look in this direction.
Give me a perception check, please. This is your action for the round.
Yeah. I don't know why I'm holding a ruler. 2.
A 2.
Yeah.
You see a group of, probably the group from this table, kind of crowding around your view of this side of the room, and everybody is very, very agitated.
So it looks like an altercation has broken out.
Yes, but you can't, with 2, you can't tell what the altercation is, but that is the direction you heard the scream come from.
2 is pretty bad, it turns out.
Jen, moving or staying put?
Do I get the idea that if I moved, I would have a better idea?
Not on this turn, you won't.
Then I will wait right here.
Okay, just kind of waiting and looking around nervously. Who's next?
Oh, hold on.
Oh, I was supposed to make you a Boswick token, and I didn't. I even said I was going to.
Let
I didn't.
me put Boswick on.
I just don't like you that much. Sorry.
Can Boswick make a perception check?
Yeah.
He's much better at these than I am.
He can like fly up to the rafters and get an overhead view of things.
So I rolled a 1, but that's still way better than Genevieve's 0 bonus. What
does the 1 turn into?
Where the hell is it? Skill.
I think that is the weirdest, most common house rule I see people have seen people in 5e is that 1s fail skill checks, because it never says that anywhere in any book. It's not even like printed as like an optional thing you could do.
It's not, yeah.
People just at some point decided to start doing it that way, and I have no idea. Well, I do have an idea why, because that's how it worked in previous editions.
I think it's a 6.
6. He's not going to get any information on a 6. There's just in the first few seconds of chaos erupting, nobody's sure what go. Nobody has their bearings yet.
Okay. Well, there's a 2 and a 1 out of the way.
Did that.
So.
Who next?
Alister's next, followed by Léopold.
So, Alister, you heard the scream coming from outside the curtain, and then there's a lot of commotion happening next.
Rubino, wait here where it's safe. Alister will step outside and... He can get to this point.
Okay. So you're coming up kind of behind the crowd that Genevieve was trying to see through.
Yeah, does Alister see anything?
Yeah, you can use your action to make a perception check.
Oh, that is... That's a 14?
14.
Well, then I may have D4s. I do have a D4. 17.
17. So you can imagine the crowd kind of filling up the space. These are 5-foot squares, but I'm going to... The white tokens are kind of important commoner NPCs. There is a student sitting on the ground here, cradling some kind of injury, and she is covered in blood. Her torso... and there's a crowd around her, and you can tell the people behind them are trying to get past them to the doorway that's there. But she is badly injured somehow.
Okay, for my bonus action, Leo, take a bar dice and go save her.
Do you need to be able to see Leo to do that?
Nope, just here.
Okay. Well, it's a quiet room.
Not perfect quiet.
Not that quiet.
Well, if these were the magic beads, that would not work, but they're not. I did establish they are not the magic beads.
You did do that.
Yeah, that's where we
Which
ended
is
up.
probably fair because we would end up stealing the curtain.
Beadless.
So you giving Leo a bard die? And you're staying put in the middle of the room?
Yeah.
All right. Who's next?
I'm out of movement, so...
Next is Léopold, followed by Hugo.
Okay. I'll pop my head out to look and see what Alister's talking about.
You need to make a perception check, please.
Oh.
As your action.
Okay. Oh, okay. So...
Alister didn't tell people what he saw?
You didn't have time.
Okay.
You sang to Leo and gave him a bard die.
Yeah, I told him to help her.
Your bard die is D6 or a D8?
It's a D8.
Okay. Perception. I get to roll 2 dice when using a skill check, if I recall correctly.
Yes.
Okay, that is a 20.
20. So you see what Alister just saw with the girl, the student on the ground, cradling some kind of injury. Next to her, kneeling next to her, is an acolyte of air, kneeling on the floor. And whatever he's doing is being arrested by another student next to him. So this student and this acolyte are in some kind of altercation. The acolyte is kneeling down next to the injured party.
Okay.
And that's what you see.
All right. Let me think here. All right. I'm going to move up here.
Okay.
And I guess I can't pick the person up who's bleeding. So
Not without an action, you have to grapple them.
I'm going to bend down and ask the person if I can get them and take them to my friend for healing. And that'll end my turn.
You're asking this of the injured girl?
Yes.
She seems hysterical, and she's in a lot of pain. And she's cradling in her arm next to her torso, pressing to her chest, the source of the blood. She seems to be missing her hand at the wrist.
Ah.
Jesus.
So she doesn't give you an answer to your question, and it's very, I would say, understandable why she is reacting hysterically.
Mm-hmm.
Who's next?
Next is Hugo.
See, you get it mixed up too. Why are we mixing up these characters?
I don't know. Followed by Red.
They're both the
It's
best.
the O at the end.
They're both the best.
Hugo snaps up his axe from leaning against a wall, and he tumbles over the thing, sending scones and coffee flying everywhere.
Sure.
Getting severe 3rd-degree burns all over his arms.
As you do.
Chest. And he attempts to assess the situation over there.
Do you want to make another perception check?
Yes, please.
Yeah, go ahead.
18.
18. So you see what Alister saw. The altercation that's happening, the injured girl. You can definitely see that Léopold is kneeling down and trying to offer some kind of assistance. You see behind the girl and above her head, because remember, she's sitting on the floor now, a weird red splotch hanging in the air.
Hugo calls out, "Let's knock it off and get things back to normal here."
Is that it for Hugo?
Yep.
Who's next?
Next is Red Token, followed by Geppa.
Okay. Red Token was sitting at this table down here. And we'll just go ahead. I got to make these a little beefy because these are 5-foot squares. So
Rebigulate. Embigulate.
And what are the components of this spell? I wish they gave me spell components in... I guess they couldn't give them in a creature stat block. That would be...
Billy. When does spell components even matter?
Above
3rd edition.
this table, a semi-transparent humanoid creature appears that kind of tapers off at the torso, like a cartoon genie would. But its torso and its muscular arms, and it's got a helmet over its face, and in its arms, emblazoned with iconography of the Etherine Church, a sword and a shield. And this creature just kind of convenes into being next to the priest at the table. Who's next?
Next is Geppa, followed by Purple.
Okay. So I'm going to do 5, 10, 15. So my movement is 10 feet longer because I have first round of combat.
Okay.
10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 25, 40. Without using an action for perception, what can I see from here?
Chaos all around you. In fact, to get to that square, you kind of had to shoulder through part of a crowd.
Okay.
You can tell that the main commotion is happening off to your left over by the door.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and cast Shillelagh as my bonus action.
Yep.
And then as my action, I am going to cast Goodberry, and I'm going to hand Hugo 8 good berries as Knight of Interaction.
Okay.
And that is my turn.
I'm going to put Rubina on... Oh, she's already on the board at 1. Okay. Who's next?
Next is Purple, followed by Rubina.
So Rubina steps out of the curtain, and she seems to just kind of be staring in various directions, trying to make sense of what's happening. She has not decided how to approach the situation just yet. And that was round 1.
You skipped your purple turn.
No, I didn't.
Oh, okay, then it didn't do anything that we could tell. Okay.
Who's next?
So next is the white token, followed by green token.
I need Geppa, Hugo, Alister, everybody. Looks like everybody. To please make me a strength saving throw.
Oh, I love these.
DC's only 12.
Well,
You underestimate our ability to roll like poop.
Made it.
Yeah, it's a 15.
Okay.
Hugo
14.
made it.
Pass.
Everybody passed? Okay.
No,
So-
Genevieve failed.
Genevieve failed. As the crowd is jostling away from this altercation here, towards the other exits, Genevieve, you were kind of knocked aside 2 or 3 times. You were knocked prone as the crowd moves around you.
Rude.
Everybody else gets bumped into, but nobody else is knocked over. That was... I have to keep track of what round we're on. That was crowd action 1. Who's next?
Next is green token.
Okay. Now I need to go to my other page, which means I need a second playing card. I use playing cards as my bookmarks when I need several pages in the same book.
Good system. I think my husband uses the same one.
I need a new deck of playing cards because the one I have I've had for like 2 or 3 years now. It's pretty grungy.
Is that the one you got delivered with your groceries at one time?
I know what story you're talking about. That would have been 5 years ago. Leo.
Yes.
See, Alister made a perception check. Hugo made a perception check. Geppa did not. And Genevieve is laying on the floor. Leo, Alister, and Hugo, if you would like to use your reaction at this moment to make either a perception or an arcana check, that would be appropriate.
I would like to use a perception check on my reaction.
Yep, this uses up your
you
reaction.
14.
16.
Can Boswick make this reaction? Does Boswick have a reaction, actually?
I'm going to say no, unless the class feature that creates Boswick specifically says he does.
I don't actually know that. I won't find that out in time.
It's a 16. I'm using Arcana.
Okay. So that's a 16, and what were the other rolls?
Alister got a 16.
Okay. The acolyte that is sitting here in front of the injured party, that's kind of being accosted by one of the injured party's friends, casts the spell Mage Armor. And you see for a moment the acolyte, that's where he's wearing etherine vestments, and for a moment they shimmer with magical light as the Mage Armor takes hold. That's how he uses his round. But does not move and does not do anything else.
Next is Genevieve.
On the floor, face down.
Nope. All better. Apparently, Boswick does have a reaction.
Really?
Because I have to... So if I cast a spell, he uses his reaction to channel that spell. So, like, if I moved him over here and cast Cure Wounds, I could cast it on him.
Got
he
it.
uses Boswick's reaction to do that.
Okay.
TIL, right? Like, I thought that was just part of an action. Genevieve still doesn't really know what's going on, does
Correct.
she? How do I improve her knowledge of the situation?
Perception check.
Oh man, I'm so good at these. Oh, that's better. 19.
19. So you get a sense of, as you pick yourself up and dust yourself off, you're getting a sense of what's happening in this altercation over here. And your first instinct is that this Etherine acolyte is attempting to help this injured girl for somehow, however she got hurt. If that's the case, why is one of the girl's friends next to her trying to stop it? Why is this guy accosting the acolyte here if the acolyte is offering assistance? Seems strange.
Yeah, no. 5, 10, 15. I move 30, right? Yeah, okay. So that's as far as I get to go. Boswick will take the dodge action.
Okay.
I don't feel justified writing him to shoot at something. So next is Alister, followed by Leah.
Is Alister going to shoot something?
Probably, like, we all know how the 8th range church really is.
Do we though?
Yeah,
I mean,
where did that come from?
Okay, we all know how the DM views religion.
10 minutes ago, you were all like good Etherine scholars who don't want to presuppose that a person is bad just because they're human. That must be Sumai's
Listen.
pagan bias.
Alister knows about that little cult that Jeannie wrote about.
Does Alister actually know that? Does Alister actually know the contents of this journal, though?
I would say no. He knows that it exists, and he knows it exists. He might have flipped through it once, or he might have had somebody in the family tell him.
Because that's a lot of campaign knowledge to keep in his mind.
What he is what we've landed on that is that Alister has secretly decided to send a missive to get that journal delivered to him at school here. So he'll be calling favors in back home, and then once he reads it, he'll decide whether to tell you guys about it. That's kind of where my notes have him landing on it.
Yeah.
Next to the pin emoji. The girl is the white one here in the hallway next to Léopold. South of her is an acolyte, and then next to the acolyte is one of her friends who is accosting the acolyte.
Yeah, Alister is going to grab the girl and drag her away.
You need to make a strength athletics check. I'll throw away that 20.
Athletics say what? That's a 15.
15? So you're going to grapple her and take her where?
Away from this situation, towards Rubina, I guess.
Okay, well, I mean, move yourself where you're going to take her. So take her back to the corner here next to Rubina.
I'm trying to see if I can get her into. Can I get her into?
As you kind of back up here, I mean, there's a crowd in this room, in this curtain, that are kind of poking their heads off. So it's a filled space. There's already people in there.
Use our room. We know that's empty.
I don't know the movement.
Is this that girl that is missing a hand?
Yes, but Alister didn't know that and doesn't realize it until he gets her where she's going.
Okay.
Yeah, I wanted to get her behind a wall out of line of sight of the priest.
Okay.
And you're saying she can't go there.
Can you physically reach the space there that you're in? Like you have enough movement to get to that space?
Yeah.
Okay. You are going to leave a threat range?
Am I? You
Yes.
got a 10-foot range? Okay.
Because you have to reach into her space to move her.
Okay.
I wouldn't worry too much about... Oh, it's a 15. That might hit. Does a 15 hit?
That is an armor class.
That's your armor class. So go ahead and take 2 points of bludgeoning damage. As you reach and try to take this girl away, her friend here throws a haymaker. This wild, unpracticed punch from a definitely not even a novice fighter, probably toothpick guy, never been in a fight in his life. Throws a punch and just clocks you on the side of the head. And it is, by the time you get her up here, that's when you realize that she's bleeding profusely from where her hand has been removed from her wrist. That's the source of all this blood. And you've left this trail. In fact, why don't we go ahead and... I'm going to make you draw in the trail of blood.
Okay.
That's gonna be your penance for moving an injured person, which you're not supposed to do. I learned that in a CPR class. Oh, she has green blood. I see.
Oh, well, then this is justified. Whatever is happening. No.
Oh, I got it.
So Alister tried to help and just made everything worse.
Yeah, of course, right?
There you go.
Must be a day ending in Y.
I love how
Christ.
she
What did
bled.
you do, drag her back and forth?
Yeah.
It spurts everywhere.
Nice.
Her arm is flailing. You know, it's probably like out here too.
Okay, so that's the end of Alister's
No,
turn.
it's not. What is with the body horror in this game?
I have been a movie of horror movies and slasher movies since I was a child.
Oh my god, I'm so squeamish.
And Leo, take another bard die so you can hopefully hit this priest.
Priest
The
is not
priest
the one
isn't
that
the one
attacked.
who attacked you.
Correct.
No, but the priest is probably the one that cut off her hand. I mean, she probably said
We
something
don't
against
know
air.
that.
Who's next?
I guess
Sorry, I'm just sitting here just like, Next is Leo, followed by Hugo.
okay, I'm gonna watch Alister like go away with the girl, and then I'm gonna stand up and I'm going to interpose myself between these two and separate them.
Give me a. You're ready to grapple one of them. So it's gonna be strength
I'm gonna
athletics.
I'll grapple this guy.
Okay. You got to beat a 12.
Strength athletics. Do I have to beat or match?
Either or.
Okay.
Well, no, I would give the tie to the defender in this case.
Right.
In general. So you got to beat a 12.
So I rolled a 12, but I'll use a
Doesn't the
D4.
defender set the DC? And if you
The defender's
match a
DC is the attacker's roll in this case.
Yeah.
Oh, well, that
Their escape
okay.
DC is whatever Leo gets. So you
Yeah,
gotta
I see,
beat a
okay.
12.
I rolled
more than 12.
more than 12.
Okay.
15.
So you're going to take this person's space and then move this person to which space?
Going to Hugo, take care of that. And then I'm going to come back over here
Okay.
to this guy and watch him.
I heard buzz.
Is that it for Leo?
Yeah. Well, actually, I'm going to key point dodge.
Okay. Who's next?
Next is Hugo, followed by Red Toad.
I want to grapple this fellow.
Okay. He's having a bad day. Oh, you got to beat a 17 now. Whew.
Oh,
Who's
Buzz
that?
Buzz.
Someone's
he has
buzzing.
He has a sound stone for you.
I guess.
I don't have a good noise gate today.
That was an Earthbound reference.
It was.
Yeah.
Said I got to beat a 17.
You sure do, bud.
See, 9 plus a 7 is a 16. But I have a D4.
Mm-hmm.
Slap that on there and meet it.
So this is 17 versus 17?
Yep.
That's not going to do it. You need to beat the 17.
You got any more athletics?
Nope, just the one.
You have to play more Mage Tower first. So you're just going to move yourself physically in between the two of them?
Yeah.
Okay, what's next?
That's it for my turn. So next is whoever's next.
After Hugo is Red Pawn, followed by Geppa.
I need everyone in the room. And I swear on a stack of Bibles, this was in the notes before Destil opened his fat mouth. I need everybody in the room to make a popularity saving throw.
That's funny.
What is our DC?
DC,
I got a 13.
oh, you know what? That would be a good thing for you guys to know. What the DC is. I will
Can't wait till
answer.
I get Indomitable and can throw popularity, throw Indom on a popularity saving throw.
DC is 15.
Oh,
Hugo
hey.
passed.
Oh, I fail.
Okay.
Alister passed.
So
Ah,
Genevieve failed, but Tempest's boon is on a failed popularity check or save, ignore the effect. Negative effect.
So I've just failed.
Okay.
So
Geppa
I
failed,
but
Hugo
nothing
failed.
happened?
You hear a
Hugo
voice calling out over the noise of the crowd, and you realize that this priest has stepped up onto this table next to this like ethereal creature with a sword and shield. He calls out and says, "Children of air, be well." Hugo and Geppa, you feel extremely calm as he calls
Leo-
this out.
Hugo is passed.
Leo and
Leo,
I
Geppa.
rolled a 17.
So Genevieve can ignore that effect. Yeah, you feel extremely calmed as though whatever agitation you were feeling in the chaos of the moment is subsiding a bit. It's not going to have any effect on what you decide to do. Like, you're not compelled to act in a particular way, but the words are swaying a lot of the crowd.
Which priest was that?
This red one down here.
Red token. Okay.
Red token.
And what's the purple token? Do I know?
The purple token is the giant ethereal creature that he's summoned. He's got this humanoid torso and helmet, carrying a sword and shield emblazoned with the colors of air. Who's next?
Okay, that was red. So Geppa, you're next, followed by purple.
So let me just sure if I'm remembering this correct. This is a priest who cast mage armor.
Yes, that's an acolyte.
This is a student who is fighting the acolyte.
Correct.
This is a student who was on the ground missing a hand near that acolyte.
Correct.
All right. I need this one and this one to make me a DC. Hold on. Sorry, spell DC went up. A DC 16 Wisdom saving throws. I cast a second level Charm Person on both.
Okay. I need to take one look at one thing real quick. This room might be bigger than I was expecting when I designed the encounter.
Is there a counter spell?
Oh, no, we're fine. We're absolutely fine. You attempt to cast the spell, but it is countered.
Can I tell who cast the counter spell?
Yeah, I'll give you that for free, actually. It is another acolyte that is standing on this table on the other end of the room.
Great. They're getting a quickened firebolt.
Okay.
That hits an armor class of 9.
No, it's not going to hit. So you just throw a firebolt at the back of the room, and it explodes against one of the back walls.
Yeah.
In a crowded space.
And then I've got movement 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Get to here. Brandish my staff. That's my turn.
Okay. So you're approaching the big boy down here.
Yeah.
Okay, who's next?
And also the guy that just counterspelled me.
Next is purple, followed by Rubina.
Well, you were counterspelled by this acolyte in the back of the room, not by the priest.
But it's in the direction towards both of them.
Got it.
The tables are curved. You got to go around.
Sorry, who was next?
Purple, followed by Rubina.
Purple. Okay. We will get the third stat block that I need now. There it is.
Purple, the big air chungus.
The air What?
Listen, my brain demands like the most cursed thing that it could possibly come up with, and that's what it came up with today.
That's where we settled, huh?
Yeah.
Geppa, to enter that space, I need you to make a dexterity saving throw, please.
During my turn?
Yes.
Okay. Then during my turn, I made a dexterity saving throw at a DC of 16.
16? Okay. As you approach this table, the creature with the sword and the shield turns towards you and glows with the radiance of air, scorching you for 10 points of radiant damage.
Yeah, I know that one.
Yeah, I know what that one is, too.
And then it brings its sword down upon you on its turn.
Yep.
That's probably 2 misses, which I don't love. That's going to be a... Gotta go back to the second stat block now. Why do they make this so complicated? Why did I do this to myself? That's a 16 to hit and a 14 to hit.
I'm going to say I probably don't have my actual shield on, right?
That's up to you.
Yep. I probably wasn't wearing it during casual conversation.
Ellen didn't steal it. I'll put it that way.
Okay, well, if I have my shield, then those both miss.
Okay,
so one of them hits. So
I don't know how much Geppa is expecting this creature to bring its weapon down upon you, but that's what it does. It turns towards you, and you feel this radiant light. And as this thing brings its sword down, and you're kind of sidestepping and defending yourself, the priest standing next to it briefly calls out, "Only fire awaits the enemies of air."
Yeah, I dodged one of those, and the other one bounces off my shield.
Sure. That's it for purple.
Goody.
Who's next?
Next is Rubina, followed by White Token.
Okay. Give me half a second here. Rubina shoulders her way into this room. And there's probably 8 other people in here kind of crowding around looking at things. And she immediately starts to... She's very good at barking orders. It's like her favorite thing. And people listen to her. So she immediately starts to get control over this area. She turns and gives Alister a look, basically saying, "Go handle that. That's what you're good at. I'm going to stay in here and keep this under control." And she starts to give these people orders as far as tending this girl's wound. That's her movement, her action, and also her justification for being out of the rest of this encounter.
Hooray.
Yay.
Next is White Token, followed by Green.
So first I need Geppa, Genevieve, Hugo, and Léopold to make that strength saving throw, please, against being knocked prone.
I got
3.
7.
3.
So it's
I mean,
DC
that's a
12
fail.
or you are knocked prone as the crowd jostles around you.
Are there even any people over here by me?
Oh yeah, this is a crowded cafe. Is this guy being grappled currently, or is he not?
Not.
No, he is not.
Okay.
Hugo did not get the grapple on him.
He's going to throw a punch at Hugo and probably break his knuckles on the side of Hugo's helmet. That's going to be a...
Well, Hugo's only in his apron right now, so he's not, like, actually... All he's got is his axe.
Well, he's got a 2 to hit, so he just breaks his knuckles on Hugo's chest. Just, like...
Hits Hugo in square in the jaw, and like you just hear a ting noise as it bounces off the lantern.
Yeah, ineffective punch. He tries to throw this punch, and then he's going to leave 2 threat ranges.
Well, I'm prone, so I'm not going to.
Can I attempt to grapple as part of that instead
absolutely.
of attacking?
Absolutely.
Okay, then. Is that to hit,
100%.
or is that athletics?
It's athletics. Yeah, strength athletics.
Okay, then. And he's got a dex acrobatics and beat a 13.
He does not. So he tries, after he breaks his hand on your face, he tries to move up towards the curtain, but you just get a hand on his shoulder and you keep him in place.
Yeah, Hugo gets his axe around his chest. Gets the haft of his axe around his chest, holding him in place.
Last thing is, you guys hear a loud, like, ear-blasting, thunderous clap at one of the entrance doors down here. Nobody's in a position to see what just happened because Geppa's kind of laying on the floor there.
Mm-hmm.
But you definitely heard it. And that was White. Who's next?
Next is Green, followed by Genevieve.
Green. Yes. I like green. Leo.
Mm-hmm.
This is a weird... Okay. This acolyte steps into the place where the girl was sitting before Alister dragged her away. And he looks down at Leo laying on the ground, kind of being partially trampled by this crowd. And he starts to try to calm the people in the area down. Leo, I will let you use your reaction right now to make a perception check.
Sure. No.
No. Okay.
I rolled a 2.
So
It's
all
a
the
4.
acolyte does is moves into this place and tries to get people around them to calm down. This one is standing up on the table, kind of trying to keep an eye on all the chaos that's happening. And you don't know where the others are yet. So that was green. Who's next?
Next is Genevieve, followed by Alister.
Okay.
So Genevieve saw this swing at Geppa,
Sure.
and this guy is linked to this guy?
Possibly. They seem to be buds.
Is this a targetable creature?
Yes.
Okay.
It's a big...
I mean, like, I know what the spell is, but I don't know if Genevieve knows what the spell is and if she should attack it.
I assure you don't know what the spell is.
Okay.
I understand that you think you do.
I know. Well, we're gonna come over this way.
Yes.
Genevieve's gonna target this, and she's gonna go, "Hey!" and then she's gonna shout, "Order up!" and I need a dexterity save.
Are you just gonna like throw a cream pie and try to get a food fight going?
Well, I'm gonna cast catapult on the nearest stool and launch it at this to get its attention.
That's awesome. I'm making what kind of save?
Dexterity.
Dexterity. That's a... I don't have a minus on dexterity, do I? That's a 17.
No, you have a minus, right?
No minus. So
I gotta find. I think I just missed. A stool goes flying through this.
It hits the next target.
Does it?
Well, I mean, I was aiming at this, so I don't know what else it would hit.
Crowd.
Other than
People.
Crowd.
If it
number.
doesn't hit it, well, it doesn't miss it. The thing interposes its shield, and the stool breaks on the shield.
Yeah.
Well, that way it doesn't have to hit somebody else. Because if it hits somebody else in the crowd, Genevieve's just going to feel bad.
Oh yeah, no, I just insta-glibbed somebody for 3d8 bludgeoning damage. So I'm hoping that it doesn't hit somebody. But
some poor freshman just got clobbered.
yeah.
Is that it for Genevieve?
We'll get Boswick over here. Genevieve's gonna use her bonus action to direct Boswick that if either of these attack Geppa again, he'll fire.
So laser eye if anybody tries to attack Geppa again. Got it.
Correct.
Who's next?
Yeah, that's me. Next is Alister.
All right, so hopefully Rubina's got a cure spell.
Yeah, Rubina's going to take care of things in here, so Alister can go join the fight.
Okay.
We know that Alister hates joining fights, but...
Yeah.
I know. Okay, so we have the two green guys are priests.
Two green guys are acolytes. The priest is down here, is the red token, and then he's got his big purple monster next to him.
Okay. Checking the range. Leo, I'm assuming you and Hugo have the acolyte in that guy.
You can assume anything. Just makes you look like an ass if you're wrong.
Well, you know what? I'm a one-trick pony, so... yeah, I'm a one-trick pony. We're gonna bane the priest and his big guy.
Okay.
So I need red and purple to make a DC 15 charisma save.
That's one pass and one failure, and I'll let you pick who is who.
I'm thinking the big, ugly guy is going to be the failure.
Okay. And is that
so he's baned.
Is that it for Alister?
That is all Alister's. No, Alister is going to give... Geppa, can you benefit from a bard die?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Geppa, take a bard die.
All right. Who's next?
Next is Leo, followed by Hugo.
All right. Leo's gonna stand up. I'm gonna look at this guy in the guy. I'm gonna ask him. I'm gonna talk to this guy directly and say, "What happened?" And ask for like a very short explanation.
He tells you to calm down and listen to the Aethar. That's his advice to you now.
He goes, the Aethar that just hit my friend with a
light laser?
You can't have a conversation with this guy. You've each said one thing to each other.
Right. So half of my movement to stand up. I forget if I dash. Do I get to add 50 or do I? Yeah.
I think you add your full movement. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. I'm bonus action dashes. 45. So I still have my action.
So entering that square, I need a dexterity saving throw.
Does a 27 pass? 28?
Sure does. But as you enter that spot, the ethereal creature, once again with a radiant blast of the light of air, scorches you for 10 points of radiant damage.
Oh. Is that half?
That's half.
Dang.
Yeah, don't fail that save.
I'm gonna take a chance that that this guy is maintaining conversation. I'm gonna punch him.
Okay.
That's a crit.
You hate to see it.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to ask you to confirm that crit.
No, it's a 1. They cancel.
Please enjoy 11 points of, we'll say, lightning damage as I just punch him in the temple. Just jump up, punch him in the side of the head.
Okay.
And I guess he's not. And on my way down, I guess I'll punch this thing.
Okay.
That is a 16 to hit.
16 does not hit.
All right, and I just kind of miss the. Yeah. So
And you're
my action, my bonus action, and my. Yeah, I'm good.
Staying put there?
Yep.
Okay, who's next?
Next is Hugo. Followed by red token.
I would like to move this acolyte 10, 20.
That's not an
30
acolyte. That's just a normal dude.
That was the crowd member who was being belligerent with the acolyte when you approached.
Has this guy taken any hostile action?
He's standing in a pool of blood that somebody bled out there. You haven't seen him do anything hostile, but...
Hugo lets this guy go.
Okay.
Turns around, points his axe at him, and he says, what have you done in my cafe?
The acolyte puts his hands up in front of him, and hanging from one of his hands are a sequence of prayer beads, which would be a clerical focus, basically, a holy symbol that he can use to cast spells with. He says to you, somewhat frightened, "It is not our intent to cause violence. Please, just lower your weapon and listen to the Aethar."
Sweeps his axe along the trail of blood leading into the side room.
Mm-hmm.
Violence has happened.
Okay, well, you've each said one thing to each other now.
I know.
You're going to hack his head off?
That's where Hugo leaves it
Sure.
for now. Actually, I'm gonna move in close to him. In case he does decide to bail out, I can have an attack of opportunity on him.
Okay.
I will be leaving this guy's threat range, though.
Oh, yeah, he's going to try to wail on you, because
Okay.
He doesn't know what's going on either. Is a 17 hit?
Yeah, absolutely.
That's 2 points of bludgeoning damage as he throws his elbow into you as you leave his threat range.
Easier to hit him in the back than it is the front.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Besides, he broke his knuckles anyway on my jaw.
Is that it for Hugo?
That's it for Hugo.
Who's next?
Next is Red Token, followed by Geppa.
Red Token. I need Geppa and Léopold. This is not your reaction, but I do need you both. I guess I need to call this a saving throw because I can't call it a check unless it's using your reaction. We're going to call this a saving throw, a popularity saving throw.
That's a 4.
That's a 0.
0 and a 4. The priest calls out again in this very calming, almost fatherly voice. Look, children of air, to the violence and the chaos that the demi-humans have brought upon you.
Oh, good, we're doing this, Hugo says to himself.
Oh, hell no.
To be clear, the only 2 people in the room who have tried to attack the Aethar so far are the demi-humans.
False. Genevieve threw a stool at one.
That's true. Well, no. Genevieve's weird magic helmet thing that has demon horns now through a stool.
No, that's actually Genevieve's spell that did that.
Oh.
So it was Genevieve. Yeah. Boswick is just kind of taking the dodge action over and over.
But
Actually,
Boswick
it's the ready action.
definitely does have, like, we kept the demon horns. Am I remembering that correctly?
Oh no, he's spiky. He has little spiky horns. I sort of have the average between what you did before and
Sure.
what he was now. Yeah. So not important. But he looks cool. He looks a little more like Geppa
Leo and Geppa.
with spikes.
The crowd is rapidly turning against the 2 of you. It's become clear that whatever has just transpired in this place, the 2 of you are being made into a scapegoat.
Mm-hmm.
Who's next? That was Red's turn.
Next is Geppa.
All right, so 15 feet of movement to stand up.
Mm-hmm.
Is he in this square?
He's standing up on the table, so he can kind of command the room.
This is the square.
Yeah.
This is the square that I have to be adjacent to
That's-
attack him.
That's fine. Yeah, that makes sense.
So I'm going to move to here.
Okay.
I'm going to cast Green Flame Blade, and I'm going to swing my Shillelagh at him.
All right.
That hits an armor class. Oh wait, did I have a bar die?
You do.
Yes, I did.
You do.
What type of die is that? Is it 6 or 8 yet?
Yeah.
I heard 2
Yeah,
different answers.
it's an
It's
8,
an 8.
yeah.
D8.
So I'm assuming that 10 doesn't hit. How about a 13?
A 13 does not hit.
Okay,
They
I
both
keep
had
the
get to
die?
make. No, that
So
was me.
the target. So when you use a bar die for an attack roll, the target on each creature of your choice you see within 5 feet of it must succeed on a con saving throw or take thunder damage equal to the number rolled on the bar die. So it doesn't say you have to hit.
So that's the Aethar and the the construct.
Making
Yeah,
a
it'd be a
con
DC
save.
Con save.
2 fails on the con saves.
They take 3 sonic damage.
3 thunder damage, whatever that is.
Yeah. It's Sonic.
Leo,
Yeah.
I will use your reaction right now to make a perception check to notice something important that just happened.
I'll use my blips.
Ooh, the blips are rolling out.
Give me an auto success.
Okay, I will do that. So you've seen this before, where Geppa and Alister have worked in conjunction using their class features. So when Geppa misses the attack, the thunder damage still comes out and then fans out to an adjacent opponent. What you saw here is that the priest just took damage, that thunder damage, and then the damage projected out onto its creature, but the priest took that damage as well. His wince of pain showed you any damage you deal to this ethereal monster is going to be visited upon the priest.
Extra annoyed at missing that green flame right now.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna whisper to Geppa to hit the. Ignore the priest. Hit this guy.
That's the end of my turn.
All right, who's next?
Good bonus.
Purple is next, followed by Rubina.
Purple is next. Just going to attack Léopold. Léopold, you're not dodging, are you? Actually, let's give one to Leo and one to Geppa. You're still both in range.
Yep.
Am I? No, I used my bonus action for movement.
You dashed, yeah.
Leo, I have a 25 to hit, and Geppa, I have a 12.
12 misses.
Yeah, that hits me very hardly.
You know what? Silvery barbs.
Silvery barbs popping off.
And Leo, you get the advantage.
Turns it into a 25 to hit. Silvery barbs avails you not, but you're giving Leo the advantage?
Yeah, because Hugo hasn't seemed to want to attack anybody yet.
Leo, it's going to be
Didn't have a
8
chance.
points of slashing damage from the thing's sword,
Okay.
plus 4 points of radiant damage as the sword burns with the light of air. And then the sword attack against Geppa missed because Geppa is not easy to hit, apparently. And that's it for purple. Who's next?
Rubina, then white token, then gray token.
White token. Alister, Hugo, and Genevieve need to make a strength save or get pushed over by the crowd. I think this is the last turn at the crowd because they're starting to thin out towards the walls.
I sure hope so because I can't move because of these. Oh, maybe that's.
Hugo's
allowed.
good.
Hugo's good.
What do
That's
I
a
need?
19.
A 12. It's a 12.
I have a 12, thankfully.
Pass.
Okay.
Okay.
I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 chances to grapple the other two.
Next is green.
Leo,
Yeah.
I have a 15 and a 16 to hit you.
No. No on both of those.
Geppa, I have a 6, an 8, and a 7 to hit you.
No.
As the crowd around you are trying to get hold of you and drag you away and put you down in these stools here, thinking you're the aggressors. They're trying to drag you away from the priest. But you are not grappled by them, and you are not moved by them, and you sustain no damage from them. Next, I need all 5 of you once again to make a popularity saving throw.
Very, very high.
15.
17.
22.
Oh, that's a pass.
So
14.
14. Genevieve, you got a 22?
22.
Okay. Let me make a note of that. That's White's turn. Who's next?
Next is green.
Okay. I think the only green one that you guys can engage with at the moment is the one next to Hugo. And Hugo, you're kind of standing in front of him menacingly with your axe.
Yeah.
Cool. That's very cool. That's a cool thing that you're doing to my NPC. You're going to have to make a saving throw.
Yeah.
We're going to call it a dexterity saving throw, and we're going to call the DC 12.
On the nose.
Where are my D6s? Where'd they go? What? Oh, they're on this page. They were elsewhere in the book.
Do they have pips on them?
No, help.
Is that why you
Raz?
couldn't see them?
How dare you even suggest I would use D6s with pips?
I was gonna say that would be why you couldn't see them.
Hugo, 12 points of fire damage, which you can cut in half for passing the save, as the acolyte fans out burning hands in front of him.
What the fuck?
In defense, because he thinks you're about to axe him. So you fared pretty well, having passed your save. A couple people in the crowd next to you, not so much. Got caught in the crossfire and are not having a good day now. They thought they were just here to get coffee, not lit on fire.
So
That's what I thought too. Let's be clear.
yeah, we all thought that, right? So question.
Mhm.
I had a reaction prepared for when one of these attacked Hugo or Geppa, or wow, we really do mix up Leo and Geppa. What are even character names? The purple dude and the red guy. I had a reaction to fire at whoever attacked them.
Yes, purple did attempt to attack both of them, so that would have triggered any held reaction you have.
That's my Boswick shot. Oh, boo. Where is my to hit? It's my spellcasting mod, which is 7. Okay, I have 16 to hit. 16 will not hit. Okay, that's what I thought.
All right,
Okay,
so that was Green's turn. The other acolyte
Yeah.
is doing something, but nobody's over there, and you haven't located the third acolyte yet. And maybe there's more than 3. Maybe there's 19 of these guys chilling in every corner of the place. So that's Green. Who's next?
Mm-hmm.
Next is Genevieve, and Genevieve's gonna shout to the crowd, "Get to safety! You're being manipulated," and she's gonna enter this square.
So first thing you need to do is
If
make
I
a dexterity saving throw. You can't. There's a large creature in that square. He's taking up 4
so then
squares.
I'd be here. Then,
Yep, that's fine.
I guess. Okay. Dexterity. I have 23.
Okay, so you're going to take 10 points of radiant damage as the ethereal creature gives off the light of air, but now you're standing next to it.
And then I'm going to punch the shit out of it because I'm in punching mode today.
Excellent.
I have 21 to hit.
That'll hit.
Is this D8? Yes. All right, so that is 5 thunder damage.
Okay.
And if purple attacks anyone except Genevieve, it has disadvantage.
Got it.
She'll attack again. 26 to hit.
That'll also hit. Very punchy today.
Right, she is super punchy for 9 thunder damage.
Okay.
So I guess the effect is Genevieve shouts like, "Get to safety! You're all being manipulated," and then you just hear "Brah, brah," from her thunder gauntlets, which we have said canonically sound like train horns. I guess
I picture her giving off a train horn at like a gout of steam, like a steam sack on a train.
it's something like that. But she punches this guy twice.
Does she kiss her fist before she throws a punch?
She's a little upset right now. She'll do that after.
Sure.
And then Boswick
No,
can...
not Boswick yet. Put him back.
Oh, not Boswick yet. Okay.
You
sorry.
punching the purple guy is going to trigger a held action.
Oh, good. My favorite action.
From
Everybody loves held actions.
someone here in the crowd. Actually, probably somebody up here. Kind of climbed up onto this table behind you guys. And you just hear somebody call out, "Screw these priests! They're fighting the Pirate Queen!"
Yay!
And then he flings an acid splash down upon them.
I'm the Pirate Queen.
That was the result of a popularity saving throw that you passed. You have fans.
Now she kisses her gauntlet.
These are really bad saving throws that they just rolled. So they're both going to take some acid splash damage. Because the acid splash hits one of them, and then another creature within 5 feet. So we get both of them.
Dude, whoever that guy is, I'm giving him an autograph.
All right, so 7 points to the first.
That was more damage than I did. Oh, I guess I had a 9.
However, Genevieve, so the guy, he hops up on this table behind you, this cafeteria table. He calls that out, like these priests are fighting the Pirate Queen. Throws out an acid splash, the broest of acid splashes, but then the crowd around him pulls him back down off of the table.
I mean, I'm sure that was inevitable.
Most of the crowd is on the priest's side. That was Genevieve. Now we're Boswick.
1, 2. Boswick can fire from here, so he will. 19.
19 will hit.
I need a D4. And Boswick's laser eyes do 4 damage, 4 force damage.
Okay.
And Boswick will stay there.
And who's next?
Next is Alister, followed by Leo.
Okay, so we got green guy casting spells, we got purple bio, we got red guy.
Mm-hmm. It's a cluster in here. There's coffee spilled everywhere.
So he's gonna yell out Ramini's in his little millisecond thing, "Who attacked her?" And then he's going to ask the red priest to make a DC 15 con save against blindness deafness.
He doesn't want to because he's baned.
No, the purple guy's bane. The red guy is hopefully about to be blind.
Purple's bane.
Oh, they're both baned.
Okay.
Because you baned one of them, so they're both baned.
Oh, okay, yeah, cool.
That's an 8 on the saving throw.
He's blind.
Blind. Okay. And
Who did you
Alister,
target with that?
moving or staying put?
I think Alister's okay here. He's gonna jump up here on the counter or behind the counter,
Okay.
so he's got some cover.
Take cover behind the counter. It's a good idea. Who's next?
After Alister is Leo.
Oh, sorry. I was looking at something. Yeah, Leo's next.
Leo, fix it.
I'll be Hugo.
All right. We're going to channel a certain carbonated monk that I played before.
Mm-hmm.
And we're going to go Operation Zero Chill now.
Okay.
Does a... I don't think an 11 will hit.
No.
All right. I don't think a 12 will hit.
No.
I'm attacking the purple guy.
Your bonus is only +5?
No, it's more than that, but I still wouldn't have hit. Bonus action, martial arts is a... Okay, well, you're right. So that would have been 12.
You got a 5 and a
8. So
7.
add 3 more. Would a 15 hit?
No.
Okay, yeah, I didn't think so because I hit a 16 earlier. But what about a 27?
27 will hit.
Cool. Please enjoy 6 points of lightning damage because I'm matching.
You have advantage
one of my
against
best.
this creature, by the way, because it's blind.
Oh. Okay, I guess
Oh,
I'll
let's
roll.
just do this right again.
Yeah. I'll roll for the first hit.
Yeah.
That is a 15.
better.
Wait, no, that's a 17 to hit.
17 will not hit.
Okay. For the second hit, it was a crit.
Whew.
And then I'll roll for the third hit just to make sure it wasn't a crit. It was a crit.
It is a crit.
Okay. All right.
So
the first
we're in
hit.
Operation Zero Chill?
Yeah.
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 So that is 14 points of lightning damage, and I need a Constitution saving throw.
Jenny's
the
doing
purple guy?
thunder
Did
damage.
you finally get Stunning Strike?
Yeah, I did.
That's a 14 on the save.
All right, that passes.
Okay.
Is that with
go ahead
Bane?
and re-roll that save. I'm going to cast Silvery Barbs.
You accounted for Bane, right?
Can Silvery Barbs do that? Oh, no, I didn't account for Bane. You're right. Good call. That's going to turn into 11 on the save.
And
Okay,
he's
I'm not going to
stunned.
cast Silvery Barbs.
Sure.
Then he is stunned until the end of my next turn.
Okay.
And
Nailed it.
the second hit, which was also a crit,
I think you're only owed one more dice.
is that was a 1 and a 3, so that is 9 points of lightning damage.
Okay. And the priest is looking bloodied.
And he's stunned.
And he's stunned. And he's blinded. And he's baned.
He's looking like he's had a better day.
There's just an icon above his head that's like rapid fire flipping through all the different status icons.
Yeah, like Final Fantasy 12.
Yeah.
Like,
Leo, staying put
that
there.
was
I can't even read any of those.
yeah, that was my action, my bonus action. Yeah.
Okay, who's next?
Good turn. Next is Hugo, followed by
We
Red
have-
Token.
2 key points left.
All right. Can I channel the following into an intimidation check to try and get a hold of the situation? Hugo's going to bang the butt of his axe on the floor of the tavern. He says, "By the authority vested in me by Elena Copymancer, Take your bigotry and your violence outside of this establishment.
So you're trying to intimidate the guy in front of you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Trying to get a handle on the situation.
Give me that intimidation check. Make it at advantage, because you got a big friggin' axe.
And an apron with a fire drill cafe.
I'd be more intimidated by a guy in an apron than armor wielding an axe, I think. Oh, look at that.
That's true. Oh, look at that. Oh, look at that 24 right there.
It's that Elden Ring meme with the like naked guy that swings like an arm or whatever.
Like there's like a smiling coffee cup on Hugo's apron.
Okay.
Yeah.
The intimidation check passes. What did you want him to do?
I want him to take his crap outside of this cafe.
Okay. So nothing happens immediately because it's not his turn yet.
Yeah.
What would you like to do for the rest of your turn? That was your action.
Action surge. I'm leaving in threat range.
He's not going to do anything about it.
You've already threatened him enough, sir.
I'm leaving another threat range.
He doesn't know what's going on. He's not going to swing at you again.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Dash and hop up on the
Back to work.
He's standing on top of the bar now.
Okay. So Alister's back behind the bar and you're jumped up on top of it.
Yeah.
All right. That's it for Hugo. Who's next?
Next is Red Token, followed by Geppa.
Red Token, followed by Geppa. The priest at this point is... Oh, he's stunned. Never mind. That's
stunned.
it. Who's next?
Geppa. Go for it.
He can speak haltingly.
He does speak haltingly, but it's more like trying to get the crowd to interpose themselves to preserve his body because the belligerents are...
Someone cast Green Flame Blade. Is anyone kind of going to counterspell that?
Oh, you know what? I do have one more counterspell in the... I can't cast it without revealing the location of my third acolyte, though.
So can I roll my Green Flame Blade, or does that counter?
I will use my last spell slot on the acolytes to counter it. And when you look up, you see the acolyte standing up on this table.
Okay, so that's my action. Decent bonus action?
Actually,
get to
on this
attack?
table.
Huh?
Do you not get to attack?
My spell got countered. My action was casting.
I didn't
spell,
realize
not
that your
attack.
action was. Oh, I thought it was. a
I'm
bonus
going
action.
to spend my bonus action to convert a spell slot into sorcery points, and that's my turn.
Okay. Who's next?
Next is purple.
Stunned.
Oh, it's a cantrip. That's why. Okay, then Rubina, white, green.
White. Okay. So first thing we're going to do is... Nobody standing out in the open in the crowd. The crowd's mostly dispersed along the outer walls. However, the people in the chairs next to you, against Genevieve, 1, 2, 3. 3 for Genevieve, 1 for Leo, 2 for Geppa. That's what I'm going to do.
Is this the crowd?
Genevieve, you get grabbed by 3 separate people. And they drag you away. And they sit you down in a stool back here.
Do I get a roll for that?
Nope.
Or
they're to hit grabs you.
okay.
They roll.
My AC is 19.
Well, well, then only one of them grab you.
Okay.
But 1 is enough. So 2 of them missed you. I got 2 on Leo. Leo, I've got a 5 and a 10, and then I had 1 on Geppa. Geppa, I've got a 7.
No.
So nobody grabs you guys. So Jen, people in the crowd are grabbing at you, and you're like shrugging them off, and eventually one of them gets you by the scruff of your neck and drags you back across the benches, and before you realize what's happened, they've put you down, and you can tell that the people doing this have no malice. They're not trying to hurt you. They're trying to keep you from hurting yourself. That's the vibe they're giving off.
They have chosen poorly.
Whether or not you appreciate that is up to you, but...
Well, her turn's coming up. So.
That was... Well, not yet.
Oh, sorry.
I need another popularity saving throw from just Leo and Geppa.
2.
2?
7.
7. Okay.
It's not a way to silvery barbs that, is that? It's not like an action he's doing.
No. You can only silvery barbs a success.
At this stage, you hear a call from over this side of the cafe. Some young man just calling out, "Let us out! The doors are barred! What's going on?" That was white. Who's next?
Next is green.
Green. I don't have any spell slots left for any of my green guys, I don't think. Because I countered, and burning hands, and they all use mage armor, so they're all out. And they're just going to hold their positions, and nobody's close enough to them to hear them over the din of the chaos anyway. So as far as anybody can tell, the green guys are just standing their ground in their relative spots. Who's after green?
Next is Genevieve.
You're no longer grappled. You can go laser eyes whoever you want.
So I can just do this again.
Yeah, just run up on him. You have to give me a dexterity saving throw.
Yeah, I was wondering if I had to do that again.
Even if he's still stunned?
Yeah.
I think it's an aura.
It's an aura. Well, I don't think
the spell I'm thinking of.
Aura's not a keyword in 5th edition, but yeah, go ahead and take 20 points of radiant damage.
Yeah, I was afraid of that. Okay.
As you enter the things. It's stunned, but it's still very, very bright with the unwavering light of air.
Now, does it disappear after it's done 60 radiant damage to people? Because I think that might be 50.
Does not. Well, it doesn't disappear at this moment, if that's what you're asking.
Yeah, right. And then I will continue to punch this.
You have advantage because it's blind and stunned.
Oh, I forgot about that. That is wonderful. Oops, I don't know why I rolled this D8. I have 26 to hit.
That'll hit.
Okay, now I'll roll this D8.
Isn't it also an auto crit?
Oh, it's stunned, isn't it?
It is stunned.
Oh, stunned isn't disabled. Stunned isn't auto crit.
Okay.
It's not?
It's not.
No.
I thought they were incapacitated.
No, they're stunned.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. That's can't take actions or reactions. You're right. Yeah.
Let's see here. I have 6 thunder damage, and the effect of disadvantage on anyone else unless it attacks Genevieve is renewed.
Okay.
And then I attack again. 14 to hit.
14 will not hit.
Yeah, I didn't think so. And then I'll direct Boswick again to attack this. Come on, little buddy, you can do it. 24.
24 will hit.
And Boswick does 6 force damage.
Okay.
That's me.
Who's next?
Next is Alister.
Okay. So those two guys are blind. Oh. No one's been making wisdom saving throws, have they?
I don't think I've rolled one yet today.
Yeah.
Well, they're clerics, so.
All right, so we have 3 clerics.
Yeah, you now know the positions of all 3 acolytes by the doors, and then the main priest and his big ethereal creature.
Okay, well. No, but those are. They're all the spell slots. I guess. Trying to figure out how to be most useful here.
Throw a dagger.
Campus police is in all this.
Be careful.
Jen, how hurt are you?
I am missing 30 health.
Okay.
I have 24. I have 23 left. You can hover my token. I track my health on it.
Nerd.
I guess I'm gonna
Control Z.
Yes, Alister's gonna move closer to the door, but I need a DC 15 con save from this priest by the door.
2.
Because he's about to be blind.
2.
He is blind.
Very blind, yes.
That's not concentration, is it?
It is not.
Okay, good.
Is that it for Alister?
Because we need it over here.
Yeah. You know what? I'm gonna save my last bard die. Yeah, that's all I got.
Who's next?
Next is Leo, followed by Hugo.
All right. Leo is going to punch the purple guy.
Sure. He's stunned till the end of this turn, right?
Till the end of my turn, yes. Does a 21 hit.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Please enjoy 7 points of lightning damage, and please make a Constitution saving throw.
I don't want to. 20. I'm sorry, 22.
With your Bane.
Boo.
That
Is
was
that
with,
accounting for Bane?
with Bane, it brings it to a 20.
Okay.
Okay, what about silvery barbs?
Want to silvery barbs that?
Yeah.
That brings it to a 16.
Still
Geppa, do you
pass.
benefit from advantage?
Yes.
Okay, take advantage, Geppa.
And that is a pass, but does a 17 hit.
Does not hit.
Okay. Bonus action. I'm just going to go with damage here. So I'm going to use my last key point on a flurry of blows.
Okay.
First hit is a 21.
That'll hit.
Please take 8 points lightning damage.
Okay.
It's still stunned. Okay.
Yeah, I am. Does an 18 hit?
18 does hit.
Okay, please take an additional 9 points of lightning damage.
And that's enough.
And that last one that last one is a roundhouse.
Deliver the roundhouse kick to the ethereal creature, and your foot impacts it. And as your foot impacts the creature, the priest standing on the table acts as though you've kicked him instead. He goes flying backwards, crashes his head against the bench next to him, slumps forward. And as he does, the vestments he's wearing, the robes of air that he has, flicker for a moment. And the illusion showing that dissolves. And now instead he's wearing just kind of a plain brown trench coat.
Uh-huh.
Alister.
Is that it for
I'm
Leo?
just going to shout to everybody around. Oh, we're still on initiative.
Oh yeah, we're still on initiative.
Oh, okay.
For now.
I'm gonna look down and say, like, I'm gonna move down here to this guy.
Mm-hmm.
Well, actually, let me say, Geppa, get that one.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just gonna move over here. To
Run
this
up
one.
on him. Okay. That's it for Leo.
Yep.
Who's next?
Next is Hugo.
Hugo, we do not end this initiative until you guys either have control of the crowd or you've killed every single person in here, I guess.
I can dash up onto this guy.
Kill is. I mean, we can knock them out, right?
I mean, like all the patrons and everything.
Oh, so we got to call in the crowd now.
Yeah, if you don't get the crowd calmed down, we don't come off initiative. So Hugo.
Oh, then scratch that.
Stop. You're doing something else?
Hugo,
Yeah,
I can deal with the crowd if you want to get the door open so they can leave.
Stop.
Okay.
Hugo, you have to dash to get there, wouldn't you?
Yes.
So you're dashing through the crowd, go up to the door, stomping up. You get to this square, and you crash into an invisible barrier at full speed. Doesn't do damage, but it knocks you flat on your ass. There is an invisible barrier Let's go with like this nice greenish color here in front of the door.
I still have half my movement to stand up.
Sure. The guy here, he looks terrified because he just watched the priest fall. He watched this illusion drop, and then he sees you.
No. He didn't watch anything. He's blind.
Well, then, yeah, he's freaking out because he's blind.
Yeah, Hugo's staring this guy down right here.
Okay.
And yeah, he can't see it, so that's it.
All right,
That's
who's
it
next?
for Hugo.
Next is Red, followed by Geppa. Red might be out.
He's out.
Okay, so Geppa.
All right. So which one of these priests are still relevant?
This one's blind next to Hugo. This one is over here, and then that one I think is cowed in submission.
That one has been intimidated by Hugo. Well,
so I guess
the one Leo's with.
Did we skip green at some point? Because Hugo just took a turn.
Green is like way up here.
I know.
They're at the top.
Yeah, we're down
Green
here.
is way up there.
We must have inadvertently
we're
skipped
on-
them because Hugo just took a turn, and on his last turn he intimidated. In that case, this green
Must
guy
have.
is no longer there.
You counted spell slots for green and said there were none.
Yeah.
And so we moved on.
Oh, okay. Then yeah,
That
you're
must be why we skipped them.
then I will leave him there because that was just a mistake I made. That's fine.
Well, you could get rid of him if you want to. We want him out of
Nah.
here. Fine, we'll kill him ourselves.
So over there, like now at the end of this, whatever's going on here, poor Hugo's gonna have to clean up a pool of blood and a pool of piss.
Do you get overtime pay if we help you, Hugo?
So two of the acolytes, I mean, all of the acolytes are pretty well taken care of at this moment.
Yep.
But nobody's taken any effort to try to calm down the crowd or figure out what's going on.
Yeah, for having a riot in a coffee shop. Everybody's jittery.
The crowd just watched you guys bludgeon a priest of air into submission. That's what's happened.
I bludgeoned a floating thing into submission.
Yeah, didn't they see it like the illusion fade and I was wearing a trench coat?
Half of the room just saw Leo do a roundhouse kick and then the priest went flying. That's what they saw. So I believe it's Geppa's turn right now.
It is Geppa's turn.
Okay, so are the priests still agitating people?
As far as you can tell, all of three of the acolytes are kind of taken care of because Geppa or Hugo and Leo have two on lockdown, and this one's been intimidated.
Okay. Give me 1 second to think here.
Mm-hmm.
What I would like to do is cast, pull out the magical doohickey we got from that one guy. I can be super specific about this. I'm going to cast Major Image.
Okay.
I'm going to make a large image of which part of the campus is it on? Like which school?
You're in the central campus. You're not in any particular
Central
college at the
campus.
moment.
So, you know what? I'll just go. Let's make a large image of Dean Prismari, like 20 feet tall, telling everyone to chill out, calm down. Now is not the time for these actions.
Okay. Give me a persuasion check. You can use your spellcasting mod instead of charisma for this.
That helps a bit. That puts it at 14. No, that puts it at 7.
A 7? Okay. So the 20-foot tall Dean Prismari is trying to lecture the crowd into getting them to calm down.
Mm-hmm.
Is that it for Geppa?
Yeah.
Who's next?
Purple is out. Rubina is busy. White?
White. Hugo. You're being mobbed here by angry people in the crowd who are demanding this guy to let them out. Leo, something similar is
Yes.
happening where you're sitting.
Yeah.
And nobody has been able to get past this part of the... Actually, it would be like this. Something this acolyte has done has blocked off this exit, and people have only discovered that in the past couple of, 10 or 20 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
That was white. Other than that, white did not try to inhibit anybody.
Next is green.
Okay. You guys have lost track of him. Yeah, these two guys, Leo, the one in front of you, and Hugo, the one in front of you, they throw up their hands. They give up.
I tell them to drop the illusion.
Drop the barriers.
We can't. We don't have the method to dispel them. And he glances over at the red token priest. So neither of them are acting or moving. So all we need to do now is make sure the crowd does not turn hostile against anybody. That was Green's turn. Who's next?
Next is Genevieve. Genevieve's going to cast the levitate spell on herself.
Yep.
And rise up about 10 or 15 feet in the air and then address the crowd and say, please calm down. We think we have the situation under control.
Make a persuasion check. You can use either charisma or popularity.
So says the pirate queen.
So says the pirate
So
queen.
says the pirate queen, yeah. Well, I mean, that seems like I'm really taking advantage of it.
Probably should.
In the background, this guy stands up. Step on me, pirate queen.
Yeah. Where is my persuasion? It's down here.
The frothy guy from Avatar.
Sorry, hold on. Yeah, I'll do this. We'll see if it's... Okay, well, I have a 13. I don't know how good that is. Should I blip?
13 is like middling okay. If this was an easy task, that would be a pass.
Yeah.
So
I was hoping for advantage.
If you're happy,
I was hoping for advantage because I was floating.
If you're happy, yeah, you're not in a magic school, dude.
Yeah.
If you're happy with a partial success, you can sit on that 13.
I'm afraid if I use 2 blips, I'll do worse, unfortunately. I don't have a
I'll dispel the door. That might help.
Yeah. So I'll take a 13.
Okay.
I'll settle for that.
Who's next?
Boswick is going to encourage me and hopefully give me advantage. I don't know. I don't think Boswick can do anything.
Okay. Who's next?
Next is Alister.
All right. What was the range on this? Oh, good. Alister is going to jump up on the counter.
Mm-hmm.
Tell everybody to calm the fuck down. And
Such
then
language.
cast a spell magic on the barrier.
Which barrier?
The barrier by Hugo, the front.
You can do that from that far away?
120 feet.
All right.
Very far. Dispel is really long.
There's a brief kind of shimmering effect in the air as the barrier is dispelled. And give me a persuasion check at advantage. You can use your spell casting mod, not charisma, although I think yours is charisma.
God, I can't roll for shit. That's a 13.
That's another partial success on top of the partial success.
Is it a
Genevieve
persuasion
is doing.
check?
Yes.
What is it?
Persuasion.
Okay, well that's double then. That's 17.
Okay. Now that a door is open and people can see other people are able to leave, the crowd does begin to disperse. You guys probably have maybe 10, 15 minutes maybe before what transpired here hits the gossip circuit and everybody in school knows about it. So we're going to come off initiative. The next thing is, what do you do with these two acolytes?
I mean, we tie them up.
Tie them up.
Okay.
I cast
Capture
Charm
for
Person on both
interrogation.
of them.
You cast what on both of them?
Charm person. I need a DC 16 Wisdom saving throw.
Okay. That is a fail and a fail.
All right. They're both my best friend for the next hour.
Cool.
All right, buddies. What are we doing here? I'm going to bring him back into a quiet room.
Well, sounds
let's
like...
get the coffee mancer.
She's not here right now. She's not here at the moment. She was running an errand somewhere. Hugo was holding down the place.
Does this go away?
No.
Over time? No.
And over the next few minutes, you discover that there is one here. And there is one here. And there is one here with a... That's pink. I don't want pink. I want red. With a disembodied human hand on the other side of it.
Oh no, that's how that happened.
Oh, Alister will... He's got one more Dispel magic left.
Okay.
So, do we want to dispel the one with the hand so the girl can get her hand back? Maybe magically reattach it?
Let's deal with these two green guys first. So, Geppa, you're charming them, taking them back to this secluded spot, and then is anybody... you want to... Okay, that's great. So, Alister.
Yeah, him too.
What about this person? Is this person
we're not breathing.
Genevieve investigates. Like, she wants to look for, like, orders or something on them.
When you start patting them down, they're wearing this long, flowing coat. And give me an Arcana check. DC's only 10.
Oh, I probably could pass this. Famous last words. 12.
12. It is a type of non-magical coat designed to be worn over clothing or armor or really anything. And the purpose of the coat is to just kind of be featureless and nondescript, specifically so it can hold illusion magic to look like something else. As you pat him down, you realize that underneath the coat, the man's wearing plate armor.
Is the coat like... Is this something we could use, I guess?
The coat itself is not magical. You would have to... You could wear it, certainly, but you'd have to use some kind of magic to illusion it to make it look like something else.
I see. Okay, so it's just a template, and that's all it's used for.
Pretty much, yeah.
Well, I mean, but Genevieve's going to just, like, take stock of what this person has on them.
Has the quarterstaff that at first glance looked like a spell focus, but there was an illusion upon that, too. So the end of the staff no longer looks like the crystalline iconography of air, but just looks like a nondescript orb.
Hugo is directing traffic out of the building.
Okay.
At this point,
easily done.
I'm gonna talk to Hugo and be like, "Do I need to go get some?" Basically, Hugo's gonna go. Do we need an adult here?
Alister, we're gonna get to you in a minute. So you just sit tight.
You need an adult.
Okay.
So, Patty, you're taking the guy's coat. You want that coat?
I don't think it's important.
Okay.
I thought it might be magical items, but if it's not, then like just Genevieve doesn't care about that anyway. She wants to look for like documentation or notes or a journal or orders or something.
Got it.
Like tell what was this. If there's like gold on them, then like sure she'll pocket it. But
Hugo and Genevieve actually, give me an intelligence check. Straight intelligence. Only the two of you. Leo, you cannot make this check because I don't want you touching dice.
15. Touch every dice, all of them.
One.
So Hugo, I mean, you're directing your attention towards getting people to safety. You're going to get a bonus this month probably for being such a good employee. Genevieve, you're currently taking a class called Intermediate and Advanced Armoring. Yep. An advanced armoring technique is to use specific kinds of metallic dyes if added to molten metal that you're going to use to fashion into armor. You can make armor that will hold color. It's extremely expensive. And the coloration on this man's armor is a mixture of orange and green along the breastplate. Halved, one half orange, one half green. That happens to be the coloration of the Velus infantry. Velus is another country that's really far away on the other side of the eerie magical woods, way off to the west. They are also the country that some time ago turned off all the world's teleportation magic.
Genevieve immediately wants to report that to the dean.
Mm-hmm. In the pocket of the thing's coat, you find the orders you were looking for.
Yeah.
And it's written in Velusin.
That's not a language Genevieve wrote.
Does anybody have an available language slot?
I have a language slot.
Geppa's not there at the moment, though.
Okay.
I've got a language slot.
Is comprehend languages a second level spell?
It's a first level spell.
So you're patting the guy down.
Tell me I have.
Hugo, you're getting the guys out. Leo, last call for you to do anything in this little scene here?
Can you... Well, like, Leo was... Again, like, I was asking, I was asking Hugo, do we need to, like, run and get an adult? Essentially. Like a dean or a teacher or something, and then...
Well, it's probably coming one way or the other right now.
And then,
I wouldn't...
Yeah, and then when Genevieve says that this letter is in this thing, Leo says, "Ooh, I can read that. My favorite book series, like the copies of the book. I had to get. I could only get it in that language, so I'm gonna use one of my language slots."
She hands it over immediately and says, "If anything looks like it'll smudge, like be careful with it. I'll copy it the best I can."
So if you'll let me use my language slot, I'll use it.
Yes, you can use your language slot to speak Velusin. Weilusan.
That's not how I spelled it at all.
I like your little song about how you didn't spell it correctly.
Yeah.
Leo.
Yep. 3
interesting pieces of information in this letter. I don't have the whole letter to transcribe for you, but 3 interesting pieces of information are 2 orders given to the carrier of the letter. One says, use your training and their own doctrine against them. The second is, the spell work checks out and the scrolls are impeccable. And the third is the signature on the parchment at the end, the name Cadmere.
Spell it.
Caedmere.
All right. I'll say it out loud. Give it back to Jen, since she's the one that actually likes holding paper and documents.
Alister.
Careful, they might explode.
Alister, I have good news and great news.
Yeah.
The good news is, Rubina's got this room. She's in here with like 6 other people or so. The injured girl is sitting against the wall. Rubina's kind of sitting in the middle of the room, keeping an eye on everything. It looks like her wounds have been bound and healed. She's no longer bleeding. And it looks like they put her in some kind of medical or magical sleep. So she's kind of nodded off in the moment. She doesn't look like she's in any pain. The great news is this other friggin' acolyte. Rubina has had the other people in the room drag him in here. They have him up against the wall. 2 of these guys are restraining him by the arms, and one is holding the butter knife, like with a jam-smeared butter knife, up to his throat, trying to intimidate him, trying to get answers out of him. And Rubina has her arms across her chest and turns to watch you come in. She's trying to get this guy to talk.
Oh, well, that should be easy. Alister picks up... Are there just butter knives in here?
I mean,
actually,
yes.
No, he's gonna pick up a spoon. Alister's gonna pick up a spoon.
Pick up a spoon.
He's gonna walk over to the guy. He's gonna put the spoon to the dude's eyeball and tell him to start talking.
Just hold it up to his face.
To his eye.
He's saying, and his arms are being stretched out. He says, "Look, I'm not getting paid enough for this. I've told you everything I know." He's directing his answer to Rubina.
Say it again. Alister will push the tip of the spoon against his eyelid, like he's gonna carve out his eye.
He repeats himself. He was given a few pieces of gold to dress up in stolen acolytes' robes from the campus cathedral, to induce scroll work that he was given to create that force field. He didn't mean to hurt anybody. Nobody was supposed to get hurt. He doesn't know what else was going down. He just thought it was like one of the priests wanted a captive audience to give an impromptu sermon or something. That's what he expected.
Okay, so can Alister grab him by the neck, yank him over to the girl on the floor, and basically shove his face down to her missing hand?
Yeah, he looks horrified and grief-stricken that this has happened. This is somebody who was given magic to use without a good understanding of what it was about to do. And he just stammers over and over and over like he didn't mean to do that, and she shouldn't have been standing so close to him, and he didn't realize that. Yeah, he's absolutely horrified by what has happened. This was not worth the 5 or 6 gold he was paid.
Good. Alister will tell the crowd to keep him in check until the authorities arrive.
Okay.
So with what knowledge Alister has, if Alister gets this girl's hand back, can it be reattached?
Not with any skill that is possessed here immediately on the scene, but there are certainly healers in Strixhaven who could use like a regeneration spell or something for sure.
Right, exists, yeah.
Okay, yeah. So yeah, Alister will...
like if you collect the hand and put it on a bucket of ice, would probably be a good thing to do.
Yeah, so he'll dispel the barrier, he'll get the girl's hand on some ice.
Okay.
And sit it next to
one of the employees...
We got ice in the back. Yeah.
Would anybody else like to do anything before like authorities arrive and start taking control of the scene?
What do I get for my new best friends?
Yeah, if you're talking to them, they give you the same story Alister just got, more or less, except they're not in fear of their lives right now. Yeah, they were paid to put on acolyte outfits. They were given scrolls to use to block off the doors. And they thought that this was a priest looking to give an impromptu sermon to a captive audience. They didn't realize that anything else was going to happen. They don't understand how it all went pear-shaped. They were both given orders, if you see somebody trying to cast a spell, use the counterspell scroll we gave you. Which they both did. Against you. And now they're friends.
Such good friends.
Genevieve's going to write all of this down, including what Geppa and Alister tell him.
Okay.
Or her. And when the authorities show up, she's going to give them her notes.
Okay. So yeah, within an hour or so, things are starting to quiet down, getting subtly back to normal. Hugo, you've got a lot of cleaning up to do in here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Rubina. Well, let me back up. What's going to happen to the 3 acolytes is they're going to be kind of taken away by... They're going to be taken into custody, basically. They're going to be taken in by the disciplinary committee, hung upside down for 3 years over a vat of beetles, or whatever they do up there. I don't actually know. The injured girl would be taken off to receive medical attention. You guys would be given an accolade for helping to save her hand. And then the cafe would start to slowly get back to normal going into the evening shift. What do you do with the letter that you found?
Genevieve copies it.
I mean, I'll tell you what
the
it says.
ability.
Yeah.
Well, she wants a copy of it in case it disappears, because we might have to look into this.
So you're copying it down before you hand over the original to, like, campus police, essentially.
Correct.
Okay. While you're copying it,
it bursts into flames, and then Genevieve has to mend her backpack.
At this point, Rubine is kind of orbiting the cafe, looking for somewhere else to throw her self-imposed authority around, and she's like leaning over Genevieve's shoulder to see the letter. She says,
Genevieve will tell Rubina what it is.
Cadmir. That's the name of the estate at the north end of campus.
Really?
She nods.
Tell me about it. What do you know about it?
She's never had business there, but there is an old librarian and magical investigator who built a lodging on site while the school was being founded and constructed, and it's just kind of become the family home. It's one of the few actual estates that sit on the grounds.
I don't remember the exact words. Did the note reference Cadmere as a person or a place?
Cadmere was the signature of the note is signed Cadmere.
Okay.
Right. So, estate at the north end of campus with library and research. Genevieve looks at Rubina and says, "Thanks, this might be our first lead. What is going on here?"
And she stands up, she crosses her arms. Says, "Are we going there now?"
I'll have to get the others, but I think we should. She'll move to do that, but like she still has to turn this over to the authorities and give them her report. She's going to omit telling the authorities that they're going to look into Cadmere's estate.
Okay, so you're going to leave that part out for now.
Yes. But she will tell everybody else that.
Well, I'd have to get armored up, but that's, of course, if Elena lets me off of my shift.
Oh, your shift's over.
I think the second someone loses their hand in a magical barrier, you're officially on hazard pay and overtime.
You're on overtime.
It's a dosha.
Dosha requirement. Yeah, Rubina is very gung-ho about going up to the manor right now and demanding some answers. She thinks she's the kind of person who can demand answers of people.
Aren't you glad you came, Rubina?
Hugo's probably a little bit on Rubina's side right now because these jackholes ruined the peace and tranquility of his job, and he won't have that.
Okay.
What's the percentage of people on the campus that are not human, we'll say? So, like, of Léopold or Geppa's persuasion?
Well, less than 1%. It's
so
very,
we're definitely
very
not
small.
representative. 40%.
Correct.
I was expecting it to be a little bigger than that.
No, it's definitely very, very small.
Then the response is a little more normal. But Genevieve is upset about that. Like, nobody insults her and her friends.
This is true. Also, yeah.
That particular brand of... give me a religion check, Genevieve, and Hugo, you as well. Because you were both kind of stunned by what the man said.
15.
15?
It's a 6.
A 6? Genevieve, that kind of language would not be part of modern Aetherine doctrine. You would not expect an Aethar to speak like that. Of course, this man wasn't an Aethar. He was just pretending to be one.
Well, he's just pulling out of the old unseelie nonsense of the past, I assume.
Correct. That's what it appears to you.
Yeah.
Somebody who is wanting people to think they were an Aethar would say.
Or they have outdated... Well, no, their stuff is not outdated. Didn't they, like, cut ties because they have... Like, there's doctrine differences? That's like the...
There was a sort of schism in the Aetherine Church around the time of the Unification War. So there are reformists and there are traditionalists. But the power of the church in total is waning in recent years. It's going down.
Yeah. I was just thinking, I was asking because I seem to recall you saying that, like, the reason they turned off the teleportation, it was because of a disagreement over doctrine.
There have been a lot of stated reasons why they would have done that.
Yeah. It's kind of like World War One. Like, there's a lot of reasons why World War One happened, but people point at it and they say it was because they shot that dude.
Ferdinand.
It's one of these 19 things that lit the fire. So go ahead and take the benefits of a short rest. During that short rest, we'll say that you can get armored up, retrieve any equipment you don't think you had on you during this encounter, and we can convene at the manor house.
Listen, Great thing about being a monk is have fists will travel.
Go ahead and finish up your rolls because I have to erase this whole table.
Oh, I gotta spend hit dice because I am. What am I at?
Yeah, I do too. I'm just gonna use my meat dice because.
Oh, I want to
I'm
take a long rest before we go in there.
30 hit.
Oh, you're taking a short rest right now. You don't have time for a long rest.
Yeah, I'm saying I want to take a long rest.
Well,
I don't have any spell slots left, so.
I want a pony.
Same. I have no spell slots. I mean, I got a few level 1s, but.
Okie dokie.
Hugo's got armor on, and he looks itching for a fight.
He is itching for a fight. Okay.
So I use the Major Arcana. Let me Major McDoing arc that off.
Oops, that's not a D8.
Arriving at Cadmere Manor.
Alister. Sorry, not ready. Alister, do we get a bonus die when we?
You do. You get it to D6 right now.
D6. Okay, that might be enough. Now fuck off. Okay, that'll be good enough.
Welcome back to Bigglebell House.
Wait, what?
What?
What? Don't like that.
I didn't say nothing. So you guys are entering. There's a large like patio space here at the front of the manor house as you're approaching. The house itself is in a state of mediocre repair. The Cadmere family has lived here, but it's never been a particularly prominent or wealthy family. It's just a family that's had close ties with Strixhaven in the past. The people who live here now are just supposed to be... What were their names? I have them here. They're in a different document. Dale and Dwena Cadmere, who are brother and sister. Neither are yet married or have children of their own, and there's a lot of talk about whether... there's all the obvious jokes that they're inbred. Nobility always is. But on a more serious note, there's a lot of discussion about whether this will be the end of the Cadmere line, because they're kind of known as being reclusive, not particularly marriageable, and it's likely that the bloodline will not advance beyond them.
So you said, sorry, Dale and who?
Dale and Dwena.
That's a name you have chosen.
Dwena Cadmere.
Blame their parents. Gosh.
They're twins, right?
I think I might have gotten these off fantasy name generators, but I don't know which one I used.
You said brother and sister or twins?
They're brother and sister, but you don't know which one is older. You don't think they're twins. But
okay. For some reason I thought. Okay.
For whatever reason, in nobility circles, they're not known to be particularly marriageable prospects. Rubina is with you.
She is. She's been a great help.
And if none of you do it, she will just walk straight up to the door.
Not alone, she won't.
Okay.
Guess I need to interpose myself between her.
Rubina, hold on.
So she's gonna
walking up the doors is how people lose a hand.
Well, she's just going to ring the bell, or I guess it would be like a pull cord that would alert a bell inside.
And it was trapped, and she has learned her lesson.
Yep. What do you guys want to accomplish before she does that?
Game plan?
Holding the bell sounds great to me.
Yeah, she's just like, I'm just going to get Dale or Dwena down here and demand answers.
That's a good first question.
Now,
Genevieve has the copy of her note ready.
Okay.
She might ask Leo to read it.
She pulls the cord, and you hear some kind of magical chime occurring inside, alerting whoever is to their presence. Nothing happens for 2 moments, and then the door creaks open, knocking Rubina over, apparently.
You gotta watch for those crowds. They knock you prone.
Into a wide open sitting space.
Knock knock, Genevieve says. She's gonna stay up here with.
Is there somebody who's open the door? Or
Nobody
has
opened the door.
Automatic...
It has just creaked and opened.
That's
Hello?
not ominous in the very least.
Nothing ominous about the space. It's just a nice, maybe a little rundown, noble house. Very strange shape, I guess. It's like lots of weird triangular corners, like the map maker who wrote this map is kind of bored that day, and like I don't know why it's doing all this, but so a large banquet table sits before you. You've got some ominous, so not ominous looking, but some strange and bizarre decorative statues adorning the entry wall and a couple of the corners off to the side. And then to your left and right are stairwells going up to the next floor.
I read a mystery book that starts just like this, Geppa. It didn't
Really?
end well. Yeah.
For who?
Well, it turned out that, like, you know, it was like a rich guy in a mask.
Yeah.
And he was trying to, like, steal land from people, but they walked into a house and it was completely empty and they all fell down a chute. And then Leo looks down, expecting a chute.
Genevieve.
Sorry, I just thought it'd be appropriate.
Before you on the table, there's a nice, it's a nice but modest spread with a silver platter, with a tea kettle and several empty mugs sitting around, and a folded piece of cardstock sitting on the center of it.
I don't like that. Can you click on Rubina? I think she fell in the fog of war when I was goofing around. Thank you.
Shouldn't be any more fog of war over there.
Ignore
Well, I messed up something. Genevieve's gonna approach, but she's gonna look to Rubina and say, before we continue, are you prepared to defend yourself?
And she opens her mouth to ask you, to answer you. And then for a moment, there's this electrical charge in the air. And your nostrils fill with the smell of crackling ozone. You can feel hair follicles on your body standing on end. And for a moment, it even feels like your clothing is lifting up and around you in strange ways. I need to ask a question, and it's going to sound like a jokey question, but I assure you I need an honest answer. Now, I'm going to give everyone 3 seconds to answer this question, which means you need to get into a DM on my laptop account would be the best place for it.
Which one is your laptop?
Is
Is it
Brickroad
the auto or is it
Brickroad on the lappy.
That's
It's
the auto icon?
That's Stone Man, not Auto.
Oh, it looks like Auto to me. Okay, you're right, it is Stone Man.
I mean, Auto does look like Stone, but Stone Man came first.
You're not wrong. Yeah, Auto is green.
So
Yeah, okay.
you want to get into there and get ready to type in a very quick answer to this question. Do not take longer than 3 seconds to answer this.
Okay, I just want to start with.
You
always
think
complain that we're not nice to you. Please be nice to me about my spelling and typos.
Do not think about it. Go with your gut. The very first thing you think about. Here's the question. Assuming that the 5 of you plus Rubina are about to go into a dangerous dungeon situation, which means you're going to want to have access to your weapons, your class features, spells, all your adventuring accoutrement. And assuming that you want to remain in good health for as long as possible and suffer as few mechanical drawbacks as possible. I'm assuming all of that is true. Given that, which part of your body can you do without? 3 seconds. 2 seconds. 1 second. 0 seconds. I have... Everybody's got in. All right, good. So let me make a note of this first. Ooh, that's an interesting answer.
Like that, huh?
Yeah, I didn't read yours yet.
Oh.
See what Leo said here. Okay. That's okay. Good. feel like Genevieve cheated. Okay.
It is a part of her body.
Hello.
Yeah, I want to change my answer, but
You can't change it now.
Did Genevieve just say her tits?
No, but I read Jemison's The Evil Earth series recently, and there was a scene in one of those books where every time this woman uses magic, part of her body turns to stone. And there's a scene where like she uses her magic like instinctively, reactionary. So she uses a bunch of magic before she realizes what she's done. And she only has a split second to think of like, okay, what part of my body can I do without? And yeah, her tits fall off. They turn to stone because she's like, I don't need these anymore. When you awaken, well, first of all, let's do this. Everybody's going to take severe damage. I put my dice away too early. This damage cannot reduce you to 0 hit points. If this damage would reduce you to 0 hit points, it reduces you to 1 instead. This cannot knock you unconscious. It's not going to anyway because I rolled pretty low. $31 points of force damage to everyone. You feel a horrific wrenching sensation, the likes of which none of you have ever experienced in your life. It might be the most unpleasant physical sensation you've ever felt. It's not pain exactly. It's worse than pain. It's like an intense inward and outward pressure on every molecule in your body at the same time. And when you arrive, in the dark, nondescript room, none of you have a sensation of losing time or falling asleep or coming to. You're just in a different place now.
So all of this happened when I asked Rubina if she was ready to defend herself?
You just turned around and asked Rubina if she's ready to defend herself. Rubina opened her mouth to respond, but before she could, this all happened.
Got it. Okay. That makes more sense. I actually thought all of this weird feeling that we were feeling was Rubina's response.
No.
Which puts a very different color on the conversation. Okay, so...
In the room that you find yourself in, which I'm not going to display on the map. We're going to wait, because that's going into the next session. It's lit with this dim ambient illumination. All of your equipment and everything is still there. You're at it feels like the bottom of a very tall shaft or well. It's a circular space made out of stone bricks, and it goes up and up and up and up and up. And very high above, you can see a sort of circular bubble in the air. And floating in that bubble, as though in liquid, are a pair of ears, a left hand, an eye, a pinky toe, and an entire head of hair. And as you watch, the bubble floats up and up and up and away from you.
Who's bald? Is it Genevieve? Is she bald?
It's Genevieve.
I think you should take your scalp with you.
I think the peaky toe thing is also
eating a bit.
That's Alister.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. High five.
The only mechanical deficit here is Hugo, because Hugo is missing his ears.
Really? I can do whatever I want with just one hand?
That's true. You
I
can
can
only
just strap my shield to my wrist?
You only have one hand, so that is a detriment. You can only hold one thing at a time instead of two.
You cannot use a shield without a hand, I'm pretty sure.
Correct. Genevieve, Rubina is still sitting there with her mouth hanging open, like she felt this same sensation as you all, and she's not able to articulate when she speaks, and when you look, you realize her tongue is gone.
God damn it, Rubina.
Whoa, that's Whoa! She looks around at other people. Oh my god! Are you okay?
None of you were.
What happened?
None of you were.
She puts her hand on her head and goes, "Oh, that's odd," and she realizes she has no hair.
What?
It's okay. We'll get you a regeneration spell when we get back. Don't worry. You'll be okay in time for the play.
None of you were bleeding. You had like.
Do we see the bubble thing?
You saw the bubble float up and away.
Did we see the contents of it?
Yeah, you saw, and there were a pair of ears, a left hand, and so on.
Oh.
Yeah. Who's missing?
Oh,
no!
I don't like this.
You say that very loud, but you can't hear yourself saying it.
Exactly.
Now, I've always wondered, because if you cover your ears but you talk, like you still hear the vibrations in you.
I've always so the shape of your ear helps you pick up the reverberations.
This is a very academic exercise. I realize that we had no reason to talk about it.
Functionally, Hugo is deaf until he gets his ears back.
Yeah, that's just gonna be a very
D&D is
quiet
not
adventure.
physics, and Geppa can only hold one object at a time, and Léopold will be much easier to blind. I should make Alister do a strength check every time he moves to see if he falls over, because the pinky toe is supposed to balance you, isn't it?
No, actually,
it's the big toe.
Ironically, it's the ears.
Oh, well.
The inner ear and your tailbone are your two balance receptors.
If you lose any of your toes but your pinky, it actually does affect the way you walk, but not the pinky toe.
Pinky toe's worthless.
Yep, basically.
It is, actually.
Although, I gave him the same 3 seconds I gave everybody, and he got the answer in 3 seconds.
My answer is fun.
I feel like that's outside of the spirit of the exercise.
A little bit, yeah. No kidding.
I didn't say anything about the exercise having a spirit. I just said take it seriously.
Yeah.
I did take it seriously, but I was anticipating a completely different question from the perspective of Rubina. I thought you were going to ask me what class should Rubina be, and I was ready to type sorcerer. And then I had to hit delete. I was like, shit, I have 1 second. Hair.
And you still weren't the last one to get it in.
That's impossible.
For some reason, my computer was like, I'm going to chug while you're trying to type.
So why don't we... So we're not playing the next 2 weeks because we'll be at SGDQ. We'll be watching the speed runs and probably not sleeping very much.
Yeah.
So next Sunday, we will all be at the event. And then the following Sunday, we'll all be traveling back to our respective domiciles. So
yeah,
this is an excellent place to stop it here. I'm glad this is the place I wanted to get to. And man, I landed on it at 6:45. Is that perfect or is that perfect? I feel like that would be like an S-tier Pilot Wings run, right? That's like when you hit the center.
Yeah, you land right on the center with a hang glider and it feels so good. Yeah. You get 99 fucking points because of landing impact, 19 out of 20. Eat my entire ass, Pilot Wings.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't actually play Pilot Wings, so I don't know that much about it because the game sucks. So I don't.
Actually, I really like Pilot Wings 64 a lot.
Why don't I go dark for a minute while I add up? It's really easy to add up the experience you guys got. And you guys can think of some blips. I'll be back in just a minute.
Oh, we did defeat something, actually, didn't we?
Yeah.
We defeated a lot of things.
Who was the most creative today?
Sorry, I was saving my damage here on my sheet. I didn't write any of these down.
I'll put myself up for blinding the priests.
Yeah. Well,
is that creative or badass? Or further the party's goals?
I would say that's further the party's goals.
Because that was super useful. Yeah, Alister.
Yeah.
Alister's blindness spell. Pinned down 2 creatures.
Put forth Hugo to try and be the big intimidating barkeep.
Yeah.
I like that for creative.
Yeah, it works.
And who's a badass?
I want to pitch my order up by throwing a stool, but it didn't actually do any damage. I feel like that's
cool guy one-liners are always badass in my opinion.
I feel like that could have been intangible. If it had hit and done like 3d8 damage, it would have been badass. But
Badass, go ahead.
I was gonna say we shouldn't only give it to things that succeed because
That's true. Cool.
we'll never get any blips that way.
no, that's true. Okay, well then I'll do intangibles because I'm sure there was more badass stuff than that.
I brought back Operation Zero Chill.
That was
Not
effective.
only did you bring Operation Zero Chill back, but then you crit twice.
Yeah, double crit. That's a badass moment right there.
All right, who wants some experience points?
Yes.
I do.
That was a big boy creature. I feel like I should dock the experience on it because I purposely didn't use all of its abilities. But that was a CR9 War Priest.
I mean, I stunned him, so.
That's true.
Yeah, he was stunned and blinded.
That does
and
help.
banged, So,
yeah, so for the War Priest and the 3 Acolytes you took down, everybody is taking 1,030 experience points. 1030. I did not put Rubina in the calculation because she did not have a stat block and was not involved in the actual encounter.
You will do it. Yeah.
So 1030. Hugo, give me your blips.
Don't mind if I do.
Mm-hmm.
I have neutral good. Just be excellent to your fellow man for not advocating for digging into Elegant Sumai's frankly kind of eugenic-y digging into Ali.
Okay. What else?
Hello. I have my ideal. The peace hard one must be preserved for being the best damn grizzled barkeep you've ever seen.
Okay.
And then that's all I got.
All right. Geppa, give me some blips.
Hugo's not exceptionally gullible today.
All right, I've got ideal. When I set my sights on something, nothing can stop me from repeatedly attempting to charm the acolytes.
Okay.
I've got my alignment, chaotic neutral. Why shouldn't I do what I want when I can for voting against continuing research on Ali?
Okay.
And at my flaw, when I'm bored, watch out, and I'm easily bored for apparently showing up at church once and just piecing out from then on.
Honestly, that's correct. That's the correct way to do it.
Genevieve, give me some blips.
Alignment chaotic good. I bet everything has an explanation. I bet I can figure it out. For staying allowed to Elegant Sumai her logic in which she thought the research on Ali followed a biased and unfair path.
Okay.
Ideal, what would Eugenia Veritas do? For calling out Léopold on his decision to rate Ali as being a team player.
Okay.
Flaw, this wasn't what was supposed to be on the exam. For having the reluctance to punch or attack the acolytes until one of them actually attacked Geppa.
Leo, give me some blips.
I have lawful good. Everyone has a place and purpose. For not liking, for rejecting the idea that Elegant Sumai made about like basically like that Ali is evil just because of what she is.
She didn't say that. She didn't say evil.
She said dangerous.
Mm-hmm. She did say dangerous.
Right. But like dangerous in a way that needs to be taken care of. That's kind of like that's kind of how Leo took it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like
Leo read a lot into that.
Yeah. Well, Leo has baggage.
Mm-hmm.
Ideal, I might fail, but I'll never give up. For continuing to go after the monster despite the crowd turning on both Geppa and him. And flaw, only one of us can be the best, and it's clearly me. For getting upset about the racist agent declaration. Like, look at these demi-humans and how violent they are, and then like actually showing him what violence is.
Mm-hmm. I do think it's fair that Leo and Geppa are the most violent amongst you.
No, I think it's Genevieve.
I don't think that yet.
Genevieve.
Genevieve is the most violent. She's the most cheerfully violent, which is why she gets away with it.
Other guy, give me some blips.
All right. Alignment, chaotic, good. Good deed is his own reward for agreeing to keep Allie's Banshee secret and not put it in the evals.
Okay.
Ideal, the glass is always half full. Don't worry, Rubina, we'll grow your tongue back. And fall, I just wanted to help. That would be a whole shitload of things, including dragging the girl away from the priest.
Okay. Who had the most creative solution to a problem this session?
We said that was Hugo for intimidating the acolytes into calming down.
Sure. Who did the most to further the party's goals?
There was Alister and the blindness spells that pinned down 2 creatures for the price of 1.
That was a weakness I built into the creature, like linking them together like that. Because it was a CR9 creature, and I'm like, I should probably put some weights on this, otherwise it's just gonna mop the floor with these guys. Who's the badass?
That was Léopold for executing Operation Zero Chill.
And who was intangible?
That was Genevieve with her one-liner of order up and throwing a stool at the Guardian of Faith that still missed and ruined my scene.
Yeah.
I thought about that through lunch.
Blips are currently worth 250. So Hugo and Geppa, you had 6, you earned 3 each.
250, you said?
250, yes. Jen and Alister had 6 and earned 4. Léopold, you had 2 and earned 4, so you just got brought back up to 6. And that's it. I'll see everybody back here in 3 weeks for whatever's on the other side of the weird body horror well.
Oh, goody.
Oh, what's the title of today's episode? Before we...
Order up.
Order up.
Order up.
There you go.
Fair enough. Thanks for playing, guys. See everybody next time.